Colleagues, before I begin our proceedings, I would like to remind you of the special measures in place today.
The application of Standing Order 17 will be suspended. Members desiring to speak and address the chair may do so from any seat in the House.
N'importe quel siège dans la Chambre. I will ask that all members tabling documents or moving a motion sign the document and bring it to the table themselves. I wish to inform the House that pursuant to order made on April 20th, 2020, I sent out a notice calling the House to meet this day and on Monday, May 11th, 2020. I sent each member a message explaining the reasons for this recall. I now lay down on the table the notice calling the House to meet. Conformément à l'ordre.
Pursuant to order made Monday, April 20th, 2020, the House will now proceed to the introduction of government bills.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. Bibeau, seconded by Mr. Rodriguez, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Dairy Commission Act. The motion is deemed adopted.
Madame Bibeau.
Ms. Bibeau, seconded by Mr. Rodriguez, moves that the bill be now read a first time and printed.
Cette motion est...
This motion is deemed adopted.
Of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet...
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
L'honorable député, ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion: que les photographes...
That authorized photographers be permitted to take photos during the in-person proceedings of the Special Committee on the COVID-19 pandemic in accordance with the existing guidelines of the House. Does the Honourable Member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion?
D'accord.
Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried.
Mr. Speaker, motion adopted on April 20, 2020. I wish to state that there is an agreement among the representatives of all recognized parties to govern the proceedings in relation to Bill C-16. Therefore, I move, seconded by the Minister of Agriculture, that pursuant to the order adopted on May 20, 2020, Bill 16, an act to amend the Canadian Dairy Commission Act, be disposed as follows. The bill be ordered for consideration at second reading later this day. B.
When the House begins debate on the motion for second reading of the bill, two members of each recognized party and a member of the Green Party may each speak to the said motion for not more than 20 minutes, followed by 10 minutes for questions and comments, provided that members may be permitted to split their time with another member. And at the conclusion of the time provided for debate, or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill shall be put without further debate or amendment, provided that, if a recorded division is requested, it shall not be deferred. And C. If the bill is adopted at second reading, it shall be referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage on division, and deemed read a third time and passed on division.
Yes.
Pursuant to order made Monday, April 20th, 2020, Mr. Rodriguez, seconded by Madame Bibeau, moves that pursuant to the order adopted on April 20th, 2020, Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Dairy Commission Act, be disposed as follows. A. The bill be ordered for consideration at second reading later this day. B. When the House begins debate on the motion for the second reading of the bill, 2 members of each recognized party and a member of the Green Party may each speak to the said motion for not more than 20 minutes, followed by 10 minutes for the time with another member, and at the conclusion of... May I dispense? Thank you. Okay, voilà. Pursuant to order made on Monday, April 20th, 2020, this motion shall be decided forthwith. En conséquence, plaît-il à...
Accordingly, is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
Oui. Tout le monde est en faveur? Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Pursuant to order made earlier today, Ms. Bibeau, seconded by Monsieur Rodriguez, moves that Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Dairy Commission Act, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole. 2 députés de chaque parti reconnu et
2 members of each recognized party and can speak for a maximum of 20 minutes and followed by 10 minutes for questions and comments. And a member from the Green Party as well. Members are permitted to split their time with another member. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This bill to amend the Canadian Dairy Commission Act. I urge honourable members to offer their support as well. This measure was announced by the Prime Minister as part of a larger package last week to respond to the urgent needs of Canadian farmers and food processors in this challenging time. COVID-19 is placing enormous pressures on the entire sector. The measures announced last week represent a federal investment of more than $250 million on top of additional measures previously announced, including important reforms to our farm programs.
And rightly so. We absolutely have to be there for our farmers. They are essential to our food security, and they deserve our full support. The amendment to the Canadian Dairy Commission Act is something that the dairy industry urgently needs. Our dairy industry is a pillar of the vitality of our rural communities. They stimulate our economy by generating billions of dollars in revenues and support tens of thousands of jobs. All across the country, farmers and processors are working hard to feed us. They go beyond themselves by constantly innovating, protecting the environment, and producing the best dairy products in the world. I've spent a lot of time with farmers, dairy farmers in my riding of Compton-Stanstead and elsewhere in Quebec, and I know how hard they work. I know how proud they are of each and every liter of milk they produce. So we can understand how hard it is for them to have to throw out milk because of a drop in demand. This amendment would provide an effective solution to an untenable situation. It's an important bill, not just for dairy producers and processors, but also ultimately for all Canadians' food security.
It will provide an effective solution to this difficult situation. It is vital not only for dairy producers and processors, but ultimately for our food security of all Canadians. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has had huge repercussions on our dairy industry. In the first 2 weeks of the crisis, when social distancing was imposed, consumers hoarded groceries and the grocery store shelves were quickly emptied out. Demand for liquid milk shot up sharply and then dropped just as quickly when Canadian families had done their groceries, when they had stocked up. And with the closure of schools and restaurants and hotels, the demand for dairy products dropped even further, especially for cream and cheese. Dairy farmers of Canada said they'd never seen such a sudden fluctuation in demand from 1 week to the next. It created a real puzzle for the entire supply chain.
The industry pulled out all the stops to align production with consumer demand. Farmers did their part. provincial marketing boards implemented measures to reduce production, including quota reductions. And it was so inspiring to see all of the donations of dairy products to food banks across the country. In my home province of Quebec, dairy producers and processors donated 1 million liters of milk to food banks. In Saskatchewan, dairy producers donated products from 175,000 liters of milk to food banks across the province, enough for 30,000 pounds of cheese, yogurt, and milk. In Newfoundland, 2 dairy farmers joined forces with a local dairy distributor to give away milk in a drive-thru in a local area arena parking lot. On Prince Edward Island, farmers gave away blocks of cheese and cartons of milk. And in Ontario, dairy farmers contributed an additional 200,000 liters of milk to food banks across the province. Despite these efforts, between the end of March and the first half of April, producers were forced to dump surplus milk on the farm. Mr. Speaker, we must do our part to reduce this waste and preserve the integrity of our supply management system. The industry reached out to government and asked that the Canadian Dairy Commission expand its dairy storage programs, which it uses to balance supply with fluctuations in demand. The CDC buys dairy products like butter directly from processors to sell them off later when the demand recovers. Under its current borrowing capacity, the CDC has already succeeded in improving the situation, but it needs greater capacity to fully respond to the industry's needs. So, the industry asked the CDC to temporarily purchase cheese, as it already does for butter. For example, the CDC would enter into a contractual agreement to purchase cheese from a processor who would commit to buying it back within 2 years.
So I'm calling on all of you to support this bill, which would amend the Canadian Dairy Commission Act to increase its borrowing capacity from $300 million to $500 million. This is the support the dairy industry needs in this time of crisis. Canada's dairy farmers are in favor of this bill. They confirm that it's a good way to strengthen our food supply chain. And this would add to other measures already announced by the Prime Minister last week, including $125 million for the Agri-Recovery Program to help farmers keep their animals on the farm longer, $75.5 million to help processors adapt to new health protocols and to automate or modernize their facilities and operations, and $50 million to buy excess food products and to distribute them to food banks.
Risk management programs, which dispense an average of $1.6 billion each year in direct support to farmers. These announcements build on a number of other important investments and actions being undertaken to support our producers and processors, such as the $50 million to safely welcome temporary foreign workers, or an added $20 million to help the Canadian Food Inspection Agency do their vital work. And, as the Prime Minister has indicated, we will continue to support our producers and processors where support is needed. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Dairy Commission has played a key role in our dairy industry for over 50 years. The Commission helps to ensure that producers receive proper compensation for their hard work and that consumers have access to a wide variety of high-quality dairy products. It is vital to the supply management system in Canada. It stabilizes milk production through national quotas. And, most importantly, it balances supply and demand through a range of programs. En ce moment,
currently, the CDC is playing a key role, among other things, in paying compensation to dairy producers in the wake of our free trade agreements with Europe and the Trans-Pacific region. This is no small thing. $345 million has already been paid directly in the first year, and around 11,000 dairy producers have taken advantage of this all across the country. We'd like to thank all the CDC staff for their contribution. The CDC is helping industry to meet its labor needs and to invest in innovation, especially when it comes to animal welfare and environmental protection. It's important for our dairy producers who want to remain on the cutting edge of technology and environmental know-how to keep pace with consumer demand. The industry and the federal government are jointly investing $16.5 million in the Dairy Research Cluster, which is a model of cooperation between the public and private sectors. This cluster brings together a team of 124 researchers all across Canada who are conducting various projects to strengthen consumer confidence in the dairy industry and to boost the economic growth of the dairy industry. To give you a few examples, the cluster has made significant breakthroughs in developing new varieties of alfalfa that increase dairy production and profits, that improve the effects of climate change. It's important to help the industry adopt practices that are increasingly environmentally friendly. And it also pays off. In one project in particular, a new feed formulation was developed for dairy cows, which could reduce greenhouse gas emissions for the industry by 17,000 tons and would also allow farmers to save almost $78 million per year.
Cluster, and each one of them responds to the unique needs of the sector. It's so important to help our dairy producers stay competitive and keep their businesses profitable. It's just as important to support an innovative and sustainable industry to preserve consumer confidence in our high-quality dairy products. Mr. Speaker, we are happy to work with the Canadian Dairy Commission to develop a vision for the future and an ambitious strategic plan for the Canadian dairy sector. The industry has a bright future ahead, and we want to help it weather this crisis so it can capture even greater growth in the future.
This amendment to the Canadian Dairy Commission Act responds directly to recommendations from the dairy industry to get through this crisis. This is what the industry needs now. It's yet further evidence of our government's support for supply management in Canada. This is a system which, I would remind everyone, was set up by a Liberal government with the provinces some 50 years ago. It's a model of stability which has stood the test of time and enabled our agricultural businesses to develop and prosper. We have defended this system fiercely during free trade negotiations with the United States and Mexico, despite the Americans' attempts to dismantle it. And we will continue to defend it. And let's meet one of the most pressing needs of our dairy farmers and processors. I am aware of their resilience and determination. Many of them in recent years have received me on their farms, in their cheese factories or in their processing plants to talk about what they do, what they've accomplished, and what their aspirations are. They have earned my admiration, and I truly care about their welfare. Let's give them what they need.
Keep working hard every day to feed us, as do all farmers and all workers in our food supply chain. They seed their crops, they care for their animals, they produce high-quality food, they protect our environment. It's thanks to them that our grocery store shelves remain full. It's thanks to them that the dairy industry remains a pillar of our economy during this difficult period.
Let's agree to amend the Canadian Dairy Commission Act so that it can increase its borrowing capacity from $300 million to $500 million. For our food system to operate smoothly and meet our needs, let's continue working with the industry and provincial governments and territorial governments to support all agricultural and agri-food industries in Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member for... Oh, I'm sorry, you have a point of order. The honourable member for Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for acknowledging me for this point of order. Mr. Speaker, if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That the House note that nobody should have to choose between taking a day off of work due to an illness and being able to pay their bills, and call upon the government to work with provinces without delay to ensure that every worker in Canada who needs it have access to 2 weeks paid sick leave a year, and to consider amending the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit, the Employment Insurance Program, and other federal mechanisms as means to achieve this goal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion? I'm afraid we don't have unanimous consent. Nous allons procéder. Questions et
We'll now proceed to questions and comments. The honourable member for La Beauce.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ma question est...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a very simple question. The minister spoke of the new free trade agreement with the Americans. There are still important points to be negotiated, including tariff rate quotas. I would like to know from the honourable minister, we've heard many times in committee that those quotas had to be attributed as close to the base as possible to the processors or to the producers. Where is that situation at? The honourable minister. I am working in cooperation with the Minister of International Trade, who is responsible for attributing tariff rate quotas. That is a file we're following closely. There was a great deal of consultation already occurring on this matter, but because of the COVID-19 crisis, consultation has been delayed by a few months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate what the minister has said, who affirms it's important to give the agri-food and agriculture sector what they need, so let's grant them what they're asking for. Therefore, I launched the call through the chair to the minister. During a committee this week, we were told that the current programs are not meeting actual needs. When are we going to have new announcements for new funding, especially when it comes to agri-insurance? The Honourable Minister. I'd like to thank my colleague for his interest and his cooperation. We did commit to do more for producers. This is a priority sector. However, I must say again that I invite producers to get the maximum out of existing risk management programs, which, on average, over the last few years, have offered $1.6 billion and could offer even more to meet needs. That is the priority, to use those programs, including agri-stability. We announced new measures last week, and we will continue to respond to the most urgent needs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to thank the Minister for her speech today as well, but I would just ask, is this legislation brought 2 weeks too late when we had thousands of litres of milk being dumped several weeks ago? Would this legislation not have helped to address that situation when it was at its peak?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, no, because the Canadian Dairy Commission already had a borrowing capacity of $300 million, and they had all the capacity they needed to manage the supply, and they were asking for this increase before the end of this month. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to follow up on that, my colleague Block just mentioned that we should be, I believe, quoting that we should provide farmers with what they were asking for. I totally agree with this bill, moving it forward, and I urge the minister to and my colleagues to do that today. But the CFA asked for $2.6 billion, and they got 10% of that. And I just wonder if she can elaborate as to, following up on the Prime Minister's comments, that more will be coming.
Well, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, we are committed to support our farmers and ranchers across the country, and I have to remind them to use the business risk management program as much as they can through AgriStability, for which we have improved and we have given them more flexibility, and they have the capacity to apply until July 3rd. They also have the possibility to obtain up to 75% instead of only 50% where the provinces allow, as an advance payment, and we have put in line a calculator so they can try and see how much they can get for the program. And more support will be coming, to fill the gaps and to answer the most urgent needs.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, and the minister said that this legislation wasn't needed before, but because they had the borrowing capacity to deal with what was a pandemic that resulted in having to dump milk. So what has changed in the future that they need this extra borrowing capacity? Is this to deal with COVID or more of the additional import that they've allowed from the United States as a result of USMCA?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is directly related to the COVID because of the closure of the restaurants, of the hotels. The demand of milk and cheese has decreased significantly, and this is why the Canadian Dairy Commission will be using its normal tools but at a higher capacity to buy milk and cheese, to store them, and to resell them later when the demand comes back.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Beauce.
The honourable member for Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the honourable minister. I forgot to thank her for tabling this bill that increases the Canadian Dairy Commission's borrowing capacity. My question has to do with processors who do participate in the dairy sector. In all of our regions throughout Canada, there are people who process dairy. They are experiencing the impacts of COVID. They've had to change the way that they process food and adapt with new products. But on top of that, with the new USMCA on July 1st, delayed to August 1st, there's been increased difficulty to take advantage, or perhaps not take advantage, but 1 month for them compared to a year to reorient the way that they process products that they then have to market is a real catastrophe that's falling upon their shoulders along with the pandemic. Has the minister thought of any solutions in order to help these dairy producers? The honourable minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We already announced, as you know, for dairy producers, $75 million in compensation for free trade agreements with Europe and the Trans-Pacific Agreement. We're also adjusting compensation for the agreement with the United States and Mexico. The group that is impacted following the faster signature than we would have wished, or the ratification of the free trade agreement from the point of view of the sector, because when we talk about the free trade agreement with the United States and Mexico, we have to look at the whole of the Canadian economy, and it's a plus. But for processors, for instance, those who produce skimmed milk powder, it makes a difference on their capacity of export over a 5-year time horizon. And that's part of our negotiation for the good of all of Canada's economy.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Yes, I would like to follow along the same lines as my colleague for La Beauce, who talked about the dairy industry and compensation. The minister has reminded us that compensation has been announced and paid out, and we are all pleased by that. But there's some issues with supply management that haven't yet been compensated. Announcements have not yet been made. Programs are needed to modernize operations, for instance. My question for the honourable minister is, does she not believe that during the COVID pandemic, would this not be a good time to invest in agricultural businesses that have an urgent need for liquidity? These are amounts that have already been promised, that have already been committed, on top of other assistance that could be offered. The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleagues know full well, we are operating in emergency mode right now, and we are implementing programs that intend to help the largest number of people, the largest number of businesses, and then we will start to put in more targeted measures, including for the agricultural sector. That's the mode that we're in right now to respond to emergencies. I acknowledge that we do have a firm commitment towards our producers for eggs and poultry. And as my colleague suggested, what they wish are measures to invest. And we will definitely move forward when we have come out of this this period of emergency, and then we will look at relaunching. Resuming debate.
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise today to speak on Bill C-16, but I do want to say that I will be sharing my time with the member from Beauce. I know that we are all going to be supporting this bill today, Mr. Speaker, and I think that goes to show that we are supporting Canada's agriculture sector, but I think there are some issues with how this was brought about in terms that it highlights many of the issues that we have been trying to shine a light on with the government's approach to agriculture as a whole and the industry within Canada. Certainly, what is being proposed today, which I certainly feel will be supported by all the parties in this House, is it's again additional loan capacity. It is not an injection of funds or a program that is going to give liquidity to the agriculture sectors as a whole. And I did ask the minister if this was a response to the COVID-19 pandemic, or was this more of a response to what is going to be facing Canada's dairy sector as a result of the increased imports that are going to be coming from the United States as part of the USMCA agreement. The minister did say in her response that the Dairy Commission had the loan capacity and the line of credit to deal with the COVID pandemic when it was at its peak, when restaurants had closed, schools were closed. Many of the traditional traditional customers of Canada's dairy producers were closing their doors and were temporarily on lockdown. And as a result of that, many of our producers, especially in Eastern Canada, were having to dump millions of liters of milk, which is not something I think any Canadian wants to see. And certainly it was good to see Canadians from across this country step up and do everything they could to help our producers, whether that was food banks, schools, or anyone that was willing to take or donate their product to those who could have use for it. However, with that response, what this says to me is this is more of a response as to what is going to be happening with the USMCA, and the dairy industry in Canada is going to be taking a hit as a result of that, as we have given up a great deal of our trade sovereignty in signing that USMCA. Not only are we going to be increasing capacity or increasing imports of American dairy products, but it has also limited Canadian dairy producers and their opportunities to access foreign markets, and also limited the growth of certain products that are produced right here in Canada. But the other issue that comes to mind here is how long it took for the Liberal government to address a problem that was highlighted very early on in Canada's agriculture sector. And that has been an ongoing an issue with the current government. And let's just take a step back into what was announced last week with this agriculture assistance package of about $250 million. To put that in perspective, the Canadian Federation of Agriculture asked for $2.6 billion as a relief, as the numbers that they were looking for to be a tangible relief for Canadian agriculture. So when that announcement came out to be less than 10% of what is deemed by the industry, by producers, by our food processors, by our ranchers, by our farm families, and what is needed for them to be able to keep their head above water during this pandemic is extremely frustrating for our producers. Let's put that in perspective. $250 million to Canadian agriculture when the President of the United States has given $19 billion. that is making our industry at a considerable competitive disadvantage. And you look at all the other programs that have been announced for Canadian businesses, and Canadian agriculture is getting a fraction of that. That is extremely difficult when the Prime Minister is saying time and time again that Canadian agriculture is an essential service, is a critical pillar of our food security, of our economy. But to say that in one breath and then not offer the resources they need to be successful doesn't make a lot of sense. And we're seeing the clear frustration from Canadian farmers and producers and food processors who have certainly voiced their displeasure and their frustration over the past week since the announcement from the Minister of Agriculture. Now, even today, the Minister of Agriculture has said time and time again that there are business risk management programs in place that agriculture can access. Those business risk management programs were never designed to deal with a pandemic like COVID-19. They were designed to deal with other variables that certainly impact various sectors of agriculture, certainly not a global pandemic. And she talks about this number of $1.6 billion that is there in agri-stability, for example. Well, let's use agri-stability as an example. Less than 35% of farmers have actually subscribed to agri-stability because it's not efficient and it's not timely. They may not see a payment for months, even years down the road. By that time, they could be bankrupt. Let's take a look at Agri-Invest. She said there's another $1 billion in Agri-Invest. But producers have asked, who has that money? Where is it? Who's accessible to it? In many cases, those dollars have already been spent or they're being put aside for transition to the next generation. But in no other program has the government asked, say, for example, CEBA, no other program has the government said to those small business owners, you better drain out your savings account before you can access or qualify for the emergency business account. But that's exactly what the Minister of Agriculture is asking farmers to do. And many of these farmers in their Agri-Invest account is maybe $5,000 or $10,000. It's not a huge amount of money that we're talking about here. But the Minister of Agriculture is telling those producers, you better drain your savings account, and then maybe we'll look at other programs that may be of assistance to you. They're not asking that of any other sector in Canada's economy, and it's not fair. And the ramifications of that are quite profound. Dr. Sylvain Charlebois, one of the Canadian experts on food security, has said 15% of Canadian farms are in jeopardy of going bankrupt if there is no federal assistance. That is 30,000 family farms are in jeopardy. That is a huge number. And we can't possibly fathom the impact that will have on our rural economies. But more important, Mr. Speaker, what impact is that going to have on Canada's food security? What kind of impact is that going to have on the price of groceries on the store shelves? And I know that's something for many of us in this room. Never in our lifetimes have we gone to a grocery store and seen empty shelves until now. And I'm hopeful as a result of this that Canadians across this country now have a much better appreciation about where their food comes from, about who makes it, how we do it, why we do it. Every single day we are asking Canadians across this country to stay home, protect themselves, stay healthy. But at the same time, because they're deemed an essential service, we're asking farmers, ranchers, employees at food processors to get up every single day, go to work, and work hard to make sure that we have food on our tables and food on our grocery store shelves. What those people are doing is they're asking for respect. And that respect comes from being a priority in this current government and the programs that it's putting forward. And it is very clear that Canada's food security and our supply chain is not a priority for this government. To have $250 million to be given to farmers through various programs, and I guess the other frustration with this, Mr. Speaker, is these are not new programs. This is not new money. So for the government to come out and say, you know, we've taken these steps to address the COVID-19 pandemic, even with this Dairy Commission change in this legislation. These aren't to address a pandemic. These are not extraordinary measures to deal with an unprecedented challenge within our agriculture sector. This is just re-announcements of existing programs. What message does that send to Canadian agriculture? I'll tell you what they're saying. Is they're saying The farmhouse is burning down, and the Liberal government is standing by and offering us a bottle of water as assistance and help. That's just not good enough. That is not good enough for Canadian agriculture. That's not good enough for our farmers. It's not good enough for our ranchers and our processors who are working hard every day to do their jobs, and they do it with pride. And all they're asking for is a Liberal government to stand beside them and show that the work that they're doing means something. And I think the question that this government has to ask themselves is the Liberal government's food security plan to ensure that we have to import food from other countries to feed Canadian families? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his presentation here this afternoon. You know, I am really concerned being on the Trade Committee and what we've seen happen in the USMCA and in what happened in regards to our sovereignty and how the U.S. now gets to dictate on where we can or can't export our milk products. And I am a little concerned when he says that this funding has come about not necessarily because of the COVID crisis, but because of the possibility of that agreement and other agreements that this government signed on to. So do you think they're using the COVID crisis to hide the mistake they made in their trade agreement?
Member for Foothills, and I want to remind the honourable members when they ask the question to place it through the speaker, not directly to the member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Prince Albert for that question. And I think there's no doubt about it when we've seen over the last several weeks that the United States has asked Canada to make sure that 100% of TRQs go to retailers, when the dairy processors and producers are asking for those TRQs to be as close to the farm gate as possible. So the Liberal government has seen that in no other trade agreement in our history, has Canada surrendered our trade sovereignty to another country. But that's exactly what has happened in the USMCA. Now the United States has control or can get involved in any trade negotiations we have with new non-market trading partners. And also they now control the growth of critical dairy products that are produced right here in Canada. In no other trade agreement is that possible, but that's happened under this Liberal government with the USMCA.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquin.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquin-Angers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his speech, which I very much appreciate. We agree on many points. I would like to know what his impressions are when it comes to the level of support offered to agriculture throughout the country compared to what's done internationally, for example, compared to the United States, and his medium to long-term vision when it comes to our food security if we don't do more, because there are necessary and urgent measures that are required. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question, and he's exactly right. Canada is falling well behind our allies and our competitors around the world when it comes to assistance for our agriculture sector. And Bob Lowe, the president of the Canadian Cattlemen's Association, said that in the committee last week when he said, it is very clear, and I'm kind of paraphrasing here a little bit, Mr. Speaker, but it's very clear that Canadian agriculture is not getting the respect it deserves from this current government when you compare it to the assistance that's being given from other countries. There's no question there is incredible opportunities for Canadian agriculture, but it is going to be struggling through this as a result of the policies and the inaction of this Liberal government. And the impact of that is going to be Canadians are going to see higher grocery store prices this fall, or many products aren't going to be available unless we import them from other countries. And that is a shame when we can be producing these products right here at home.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My understanding is that the Conservative government cut $400 million in 2013 from the Agri-Stability Fund and the Business Risk Management Program. So why is it now that when we're improving the program that this is such a significant improvement?
Foothills.
I am so happy that my colleague asked that question, Mr. Speaker. Because when we made those changes to the business risk management programs, there was no carbon tax. We had not lost $5 billion in foreign market access for our commodities. We did not have illegal blockades and CN rail strikes and grain backlogs. The landscape facing Canadian agriculture now is very different than it was under the Conservative government. There was no demands for improvements of the BRM programs under the Conservative government because agriculture was doing well. It was a priority under Agriculture Minister Jerry Ritz and our Trade Minister Ed Fast, who found 50 new global markets for our agriculture products. But in the last 5 years under this Liberal government, agriculture has been an afterthought, it's been neglected, and this is the result that we're seeing because of that.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Beauce.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise in this House to discuss Bill C-16, a government bill that intends to amend the existing Act for the Canadian Dairy Commission's borrowing capacity. Although this change is welcome and is an important change, I'm wondering why the government has taken so much time to bring it to light. A month ago, Canadian dairy producers were forced to dump more than 12.5 million litres of milk in just 1 week. I've received many calls from producers and processors in my riding, including many important stakeholders in the sector. When I asked these stakeholders what would be the best way to act, stakeholders told me that their request was for the government to extend the Canadian Dairy Commission's borrowing capacity from $300 to $800 million, which is an increase of $500 million. After having spoken with the Office of the Minister, I was informed by the experts of the Canadian Dairy Commission had determined that the modification of $200 million was adequate. And so, Mr. Speaker, what I wish to highlight today is that we are debating a bill that took much too much time to become a reality. If we consider that when we review this legislation, the only thing that has been changed is 1 or 2 lines. How can the government explain that it dragged its feet in this file to such an extent? It's important to note that this sector has many stakeholders, and they tell me that this legislative change arrived 15 days too late. Many businesses found their own way out of the hole without any government assistance. It is clear to me that this bill does remain very important for this agricultural sector to protect our dairy industry. But I continue to wonder, where is the money for the rest of the Canadian agricultural sector? The current government seems quite satisfied to re-announce funds and loans granted to the sector, but has no real plan on the way to save the industry that feeds our country. As an example, the other day, in committee, a representative of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture stated that without immediate help, Canada would risk losing up to 15% of agricultural businesses because of COVID-19. This represents about 30,000 farms. I can't even begin to tell you, Mr. Speaker, just how devastating this news is to me. Canada's reaction in the face of COVID-19 when it comes to the agricultural sector has been extremely weak. Look at our neighbors, the United States. Their government announced an assistance package of $19 billion to support agriculture, whereas our government is sitting on its hands after having offered $252 million to our sector. The government is offering $50 million to beef and pork industries. The Canadian Cattlemen's Association said the other day in committee that this money is welcome, but that it had been spent 2 weeks ago, just because of the costs associated with feeding their livestock. The government does not seem to understand that we are in a crisis. Our national food security and our sovereignty are at risk. According to the Canadian Cattlemen's Association, it would cost about $135 million to set up a fallow land program that it would be adequate. In the meantime, the pork industry is living a nightmare when it comes to slaughtering capacity. It cannot use a fallow land program like the beef industry can. The government seems content with continuing to see animals being euthanized, while telling that these producers, they should use existing business risk management programs. I have news for this government. These programs don't work. They need to be changed immediately to help our farmers now. The minister keeps highlighting the famous online calculator for these programs.
Will the calculator be able to calculate the exact moment when a business will have to close its doors? To come back to the bill before us, it is very difficult to debate it here today. I think that I am speaking on behalf of all my colleagues when I say that this is certainly a good step in the right direction. But when will the rest of the assistance for the agricultural sector be announced? The Prime Minister and the Minister of Agriculture have both stated that the agricultural sector would benefit from additional assistance. But when? Do they not realize that the sector has serious problems just to stay afloat? Every day, I turn on the TV and I hear the Prime Minister announcing new programs and funding, offering billions of dollars to other industries. But I have learned not to hold my breath, waiting for new announcements for agriculture. What seems to be happening now is that the Prime Minister is playing, consciously or not, different industries in our sector, one against the other. Whether it's the eastern provinces versus the western provinces, or sectors subject to supply management or those who are not supply managed, there's a clear division, and it's obvious where the Prime Minister's allegiances lie. I would like to remind this House that the dairy industry was led to believe that the USMCA would be delayed in order to support the Canadian dairy sector in preparing this reformed agreement. Unfortunately, the dairy sector only has 1 month to get ready instead of a full year. I would also like to highlight that many supply-managed industries in Canada are still waiting for announcements relevant to their sector. It's great to see help for dairy producers today, but what is the government waiting for to further extend its assistance? I'm taking as an example the Canadian poultry producers. Like beef and pork, poultry producers are exposed to a risk of depopulation and loss of revenue from the inability to process poultry, and yet the Prime Minister and the Minister of Agriculture have not announced assistance for this sector. We're constantly hearing that agri-recovery is the solution for the sector. Unfortunately, it only covers costs for stock depletion and not the value of the poultry. Essentially, processors cannot benefit from agri-recovery if depopulation happens at the plant. I am so tired of hearing that the government is working with the provinces to find a solution. Why can't the government take the initiative, show real leadership, and bring a significant contribution to the agriculture on its own? I could talk for a great deal of time and provide very eloquent examples about interventions in the agricultural sector, but the general consensus is simple. The government's response to the COVID-19 pandemic in the agriculture sector falls far short of the mark. Speedy intervention is essential for the agricultural sector, but I think, Mr. Speaker, that the government's clock is broken. With that, I am pleased to take your questions and comments.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Beauce for his remarkable speech. He said many things which were absolutely true. We're on the same wavelength, and these days, in fact, there's not much division between my views and those of my colleague from Beauce. I would like to ask him to explain to us how the current programs, which the minister keeps on reminding us about, how these programs, why they're not working. What does the member not like about the current support programs? The honourable member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, thank you to my honourable colleague for his question. I think we've seen that for a few years now, these programs are not working because people really have to have no money left, not a penny left at all to be eligible for the existing programs. The minister knows this. It's been over 5 years that we've been saying that these programs do not work. In the last 2.5 years, these programs were supposed to have been overhauled, but today, in fact, last week, we were told that we would have to turn towards these programs. But as I said in my speech, producers would have to have no money left, not a red cent left, before being able to apply to the programs. We had a real example of that at the last committee. There was a representative from the farm sector, and the witnesses clearly showed that the current programs do not work. So I don't know why today we're even debating the issue, why they're being maintained, and why the government says that these are important programs which work. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Beauce for his very relevant speech, as always, especially on matters of agriculture. He knows what he's talking about. He was a farmer, and he ran a family farm for many years. Now, Mr. Speaker, one of the things which shocked me the most in the last 2 months in the agri-food sector is the euthanasia of animals. Yes, we are in a crisis, but how is it possible to waste food like that? I'd like the member to explain how people in his riding dealt with the situation in the last couple of months. The honourable member for Beauce. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. In fact, I have an agri-food processing plant. I have a meat processing plant which employs 200 people in my riding, and unfortunately, this facility had to be taken out of the food supply chain for public health reasons. That's fine. We respected that. However, this meant that there was not enough processing capacity, and today over 100,000 pigs are surplus, and in Canada there are over 140,000 animals. And as opposed to other types of cattle or herds, when pigs enter the plant, the older ones are processed first. But now the program is going to get worse, and we will have no choice but to, unfortunately, euthanize all of these animals. We're moving back that day, but we cannot make up for the backlog. The holidays are just around the corner, and it'll be very difficult to turn the clock back, unfortunately, because the government waited too long. Many of these animals will have to be euthanized. The same thing has already happened in the egg sector. Many eggs have been thrown out. So over 200,000 young chicks in Canada have been lost. And what makes me really sad, Mr. Speaker, is that these animals will not end up as food on the tables of Canadians. You can't just shut off the machine now, start it tomorrow, and expect food to arrive on the table. It doesn't work that way in agriculture. And if we want to maintain our food sovereignty, well, it's 5 minutes to midnight, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I will share my time with my colleague for La Prairie. We like to think that agri-food is an essential sector, and if so, we will have to treat agriculture and agri-food as an important sector. A few facts. Agriculture is an important segment of our economy, $68 billion in revenues, and unfortunately, our agricultural production has gone down, and some forecasts say that we might lose 15% of our farm capacity. Huge losses. Millions of gallons of milk poured out, millions of eggs destroyed, chicks destroyed, in losses of 115 million in the chicken sector. And we currently have about 100,000 pigs waiting to be slaughtered. And as a colleague has just said, we don't want to euthanize these animals, but that'll probably be what ends up happening because the animals are just getting fatter. When it comes to the beef sector told us that losses of $500 million had already been lost. And there again, 100,000 heads of cattle are waiting to be slaughtered. The government recently announced a support package of $252 million, but we need at least $860 million. So what the government has offered is far from what is needed. Now, as for slaughterhouses, they are working in slow mode. Some have even shut down. And think of the restaurant sector. Many small restaurants will not be able to reopen their doors after this crisis. So the current decrease in demand is going to continue over time. And the farm sector has asked the government to act. The sector has also asked the government to overhaul current programs, but this will take time. I'm sorry, I don't like being the bearer of bad news, but there you have it. So there's huge pressure in the farm sector, and this threatens our food self-sufficiency, our food security, and our national food chain. That's how serious the situation is. Now, what about farm workers? Well, we have seasonal workers, we have temporary foreign workers. The government throws out numbers. It says 86% of temporary foreign workers have arrived, but some of those are already here. And as time goes by, it will become harder to bring in farm workers, and we will have a shortfall of more than 15%. I don't want to criticize our immigration people. I think they're doing a good job, but the issue is serious, is complex, and the government has to help the farm sector now. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau told us during an announcement that this is a first investment, and if we need to do more, we will do more. Well, let me tell him today that more must be done. And I know I'm not the first one to say this. Now, we are here to debate Bill C-16. Our political party has been asking for the measures contained in C-16 for weeks. C-16 was late in coming, but at least it's here. We're happy it's here. We will support it. C-16 will allow the Dairy Commission to stock more milk and dairy products, which means there will be less waste in the dairy sector. Unfortunately, it comes late. A lot has already been poured out, but we are moving in the right direction. We're happy to support this bill. But there's more than that to do. A lot more to do. Now, when it comes to the support the Canadian government has given the farm sector, well, look at the United States. The U.S. has not presented a package of $252 million. Clearly, they're more American citizens, but the U.S. government has given its farmers 12 times the amount the Canadian government has given its farmers. According to the OECD, the U.S. gives twice as much support to its farm sector as Canada does. Sooner or later, well, farmers are proud, hardworking people. They get up early and they want to feed their fellow citizens, but at a certain point, they have to compete against other countries. And if our farmers have to compete against other farmers which get more support, well, if you have a couple of hockey teams playing each other, if your hockey stick is half as long as those of the opposing team, well, they're not going to win. What's going on right now doesn't make sense. We have to support our farm sector, and I'm going to try to calm down a little bit, but still, this is ridiculous. Now, of the $252 million, there's $125 million, which is not new money. There's all kinds of math involved, but part of this amount is not new money. We appreciate the announcement, but please don't tell us this is all new money. That's not true. You're misleading people. $50 million was announced by the government to buy back food products. Well, the U.S. this week spent $3 billion on doing just that. Again, what's happening here defies understanding. So instead of the Prime Minister repeating that his government is working hard to find solutions, well, I have a solution. I'm reaching out. I want to collaborate with the government. I'm convinced other parties want to do that as well, but please listen to us. The minister said this earlier in her statement. She said that she's willing to do what it takes. So let's hope that she follows up on her promise. Small companies are in distress. Small farms are in distress. We haven't heard what the government will actually do to help small farms, to help them be eligible for the emergency fund. And these small farms don't have a $20,000 payroll, and these small farms just are not eligible for the programs which have been announced. Now, food processors need more storage, cool storage capacity. The government says that the Agri-Stability program is working. Well, let me talk about current programs. First, when the government tells farmers to turn towards Agri-Stability, it's like telling a student, well, we'll help you since you won't find a summer job, but make sure you empty your bank account first. And the government is taking the same position with small farms. And farmers should receive the same type of support as anyone else in this country. And the situation is exceptional, especially as concerns small farmers. Marcel Groslot, the head of the UPA, said to a committee this week, he was even wondering who's making decisions in government. So Mr. Groslot was saying a typical farm had revenues of $250,000 a year, expenses of $100,000 a year for a net benefit of $150,000. But that was in the past. This year, if they have an income of $70,000, it represents the loss of more than half their revenues. And for 2020, this will translate into zero profits. And the current programs are just not working. If they worked, that farmer would be entitled to $24,500. Farmers have been asking for changes, and if those changes had been put in effect, that farm I just described would be eligible for $40,000. This is what people have been asking for. They just want the government to act and to be specific. I see that my time is running out, and I won't read the rest of my speech, but I'm just going to ask all other parties to rally together and to unite. In this time of the pandemic, we don't need more bureaucracy. We all need to pull together to work for our farmers, for people on the ground. If the government had developed good programs in the first place, farm representatives would not have come out to criticize the government for what it has done. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, I'd like to ask your honourable member, as you see these farms across Canada face the financial hardships going into spring planting and putting their cattle to pasture and things like that as they transition into the summer months, there's definitely a huge cash flow requirement and cash flow need at this point in time. Now, in the bill that we're talking about today, they're actually looking at this fund. They're saying because of COVID, they're injecting these funds into this organization. In reality, the fact is because of bad decisions made by this government in the past that our farmers are in such bad shape that they don't have the ability to withstand any stresses such as COVID or anything else. So does he think that there needs to be some more help provided to farmers who face this financial crunch as they go into the season? Because I tell you, Mr. Speaker, the Costco in Saskatoon didn't have beef this week, and that's a real thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. In fact, as I just said, I I don't want to criticize the government for what it did or didn't do in the past. I want it to act now. I'm asking the government to put itself in the shoes of a fruit and vegetable producer. This farmer, has to invest between $850,000 and $1 million to sow his fields. But there's no certainty at the end of the day. What you need to understand is farming is not easy. It won't be easy in 2 years. It depends on weather and on external factors like a CN rail strike, which happened in the fall. So the farmer doesn't know if he'll have enough workers for the harvest. Farmer will plant soy, for instance. In the short term, the farmer might lose money, but he'll make money. But he thinks he'll make more money down the line. But he might lose up to $1 million and be close to bankruptcy under the current regime. Farmers are entrepreneurs, Mr. Speaker, and the government has to remember that. Farmers always have to assess risk. So what's going to happen is that in the fall, there will not be enough fruit and vegetables. They'll be a lot more expensive. We'll be more dependent on imports if other countries are willing to export their food to Canada. That's what's going to happen. But in the fall, it'll be too late. So let's act now. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Comments. L'honorable député de Beauce.
The honourable member for Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his excellent speech. But my God, he's so passionate every time he speaks, and I love listening to him. And I think we all agree, we both agree on many points. And I don't know why we're still discussing these issues today, because for the last 3 or 4 weeks, we've been asking the government to put forth concrete measures for the agri-food sector in Canada. I don't know if my colleague has any thoughts about why the government hasn't acted sooner. A little earlier, I said it's 5 minutes to midnight. What are we waiting for? What's the government waiting for? The $252 million announced last week are not going to address the problems which will still be there in the next few weeks and months in the farm sector. You've just said this. There will be problems in terms of food supply in the fall. But what's not happening now will catch up with us. So what does my honourable friend propose, Mr. Speaker, through you? The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, and thank you to my colleague for his question and for his observations. I appreciate them. But before answering the question, let me talk about how I see things right now. For me, it's not 5 minutes to midnight. It's 12:15, and at 12:30 we can close shop and go home. What should the government do? I think we should all sit down together. All the agriculture critics from each party should sit down with the government. We should agree on an amount. We speak with farmers. We get together this weekend, and we come out with a big announcement next week. That's what it's come to. Adjust the programs and an emergency fund. My God, the government has spent so much money so far. I'm not disagreeing with that. The government had to act. It has spent over $252 billion so far. Well, let's set some money aside for the farm sector.
Honorable député de La Prairie.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we are in a health crisis. Everybody's aware of this. And health crisis means the health of Canadians. Our health sector is under pressure across the country, and unfortunately, Quebec is not the exception to this rule. We know that Quebec's healthcare system is under tremendous pressure because of COVID. Long-term care facilities have shown us just how difficult the situation is for the Quebec government and for the Quebec healthcare system in particular. What are the solutions? Well, we've gotten together in this Parliament to try to find solutions for the problems which exist in Quebec and in Canada. And yet there's an old reflex. Ottawa always thinks it knows better. Ottawa always thinks it'll find solutions instead of the provinces and Quebec. Get out of my way, I'll find a solution, is always what the federal government says. But the government has not managed this crisis well when it comes to the Phoenix pay system or closing down the borders. I'm a little worried when I hear the government say it knows what the issues is and it knows what to do. Today, the leader of the NDP was very clear. He said that the federal government must interfere in provincial jurisdictions. That's what the leader of the NDP said. However, in Quebec, everyone agrees at the National Assembly and in civil society in Quebec, everybody agrees that the federal government should not interfere in provincial jurisdiction, especially in the healthcare sector. The Liberal Party was tempted to become involved and to step in to help manage the long-term care facilities in Quebec, but there was so much pushback that the federal government understood. However, it still hasn't stopped trying, and the Liberal government even said a little earlier that, yes, provincial jurisdiction must be respected, but the health minister said, well, we still want to send money for mental health and for seniors, but that's not okay, Mr. Speaker. It's doing through the back door what the Liberals cannot do through the front door. The Liberal government cannot give money to sectors which fall under provincial jurisdiction and by imposing conditions on the funds. So what's the solution, Mr. Speaker? Well, all I can say is that the solution does not lie with what the NDP proposed. And it's not surprising that the NDP went from 59 MPs to 1 today. The Green Party and the Conservative Party also don't have any solutions. They've shown us that they don't have the right solutions for the healthcare system. The solution lies in the British North America Act, which founded this country, where, in black on white, is laid out what how jurisdictions are divided in Canada. It's quite straightforward. Healthcare is a provincial jurisdiction, and it lies within the jurisdiction of Quebec. The Constitution also lays out how monies are to be spent at all levels of government. Now, the provinces and Quebec have less financial resources than the federal government. And so, within the Constitution, there is a system whereby money is transferred from the federal government to the provinces and Quebec. Because even then, our founding fathers knew that Ottawa had the money, so some of that money had to flow to the provinces. But that marked the beginning of the fiscal imbalance. The year was 1867. Now, let's move around history a bit. Now, at the time, it wasn't so bad because often the money was managed by religious orders. But once the welfare state was born, there was a problem because Quebec needed to look after its own healthcare system, so it had to turn towards Ottawa to help fund its programs through transfers. And you'd think that the funding would be 50-50, but no. What happened? Point of order, the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate my colleague's enthusiasm. He's an excellent speaker. However, today's debate is on Bill C-16, which is about agriculture. So unless I've missed something in his speech up until now, he has not once mentioned agriculture. Not that what he's saying is not interesting. Jurisdictions are always interesting, but in this debate, we have to talk about agriculture. Well, I thank you for the member from Louis Saint Laurent raising that point. Oh, the honourable member would like to respond? Well, we have agreements with the federal government and with other parties. Once a week, we agreed that we would physically meet here in this chamber to discuss problems which have come as a result of COVID. And we were told that every Wednesday, 30 minutes would be set aside to talk about anything related to COVID. The government said that it wanted to introduce bills each Wednesday. We agreed because it was a straightforward solution. I would ask the indulgence of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, because each party has 30 minutes to discuss any and all issue related to COVID. So I would respectfully ask that I be allowed to continue my speech.
Of order. The honourable, just a brief intervention. The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, I would remind the member that it was the Conservative Party that actually wanted to see more members in the House or more sittings of the House with the existing number of members like we've had today to do exactly what he wants to do. But today we are here for C-16. So if he thinks he can speak about something else, that is not appropriate. He should go back to topic and speak about what's at hand.
I
appreciate the interventions, the honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent and the honourable member for La Prairie and Prince Albert. The idea behind these statements, including statements by ministers that happened during sittings or special meetings during the COVID-19 pandemic. Normally, the choice for the minister's statements remains with the government. If they start with statements, other parties can add their comments. However, during this point of order, the subject before the House is Bill C-16. Normally, the standing orders invite us to keep comments focused on the subject relevant to the subject before the House. Normally, there is a great deal of latitude. However, members must direct their comments that are relevant to the matter before the House. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, the second round of 10 or 20 minutes that we're going to have, do we have to talk about agriculture as well? Certainly, yes. And we have 3 minutes remaining for comments for your speech, which should be relevant to the subject before the House. The honourable member for La Prairie. The 30 minutes that was granted to us when it's time to discuss COVID-19 on Wednesdays, we had a clear agreement saying up to 30 minutes, and today we accepted to let the 30 minutes go because there's the 2010 division that allowed us to talk about something that has to do with COVID, a current crisis situation in Quebec. And now you're telling me that what we negotiated and what we discussed with the government and its leader doesn't count anymore. That's what you're telling me. The agreements we obtained don't count anymore. That's what I'm understanding. That's what you've told me. That's what you've confirmed.
Alors, concernant normalement, dans la séance pour le comité.
Normally, during a special sitting for the COVID-19 pandemic, there's an exploratory debate for 2 hours and 10 minutes, which is time allocated to present ideas regarding COVID-19. However, subjects relevant to the bill during the recall, which is the subject to which MPs must keep their comments. As I said, there's a lot of latitude for members to make comments. They can drift away from the subject, but they must return to relevant commentary on the subject. The Honourable Member for La Prairie, if I understand correctly, I don't want to say that I don't like talking about agriculture. I know a great deal about it. You're telling me that everything we're going to say from the time that the bill is tabled to the end will be directed only to agriculture, if I understand correctly. When I asked the government to add a 2010 to compensate the 30 minutes that we were entitled to talk about the pandemic, what you're telling me is that we had discussed it doesn't work, that the leader of the government directed me onto a path that I had misunderstood. That's what you're telling me.
Oui, j'accepte le commentaire d'autres.
I accept the further comments from the honourable member. Decisions regarding the standing orders and the special committee was a decision made at the level of the whip and leaders in the House. The House and the members must therefore respect the limits of the debate. It is necessary to continue. I stopped the clock for the speech of the Honourable Member for La Prairie if he wishes to continue. Inaudible for the interpreter. What happened in 2015 was awkward, but those who are hollowing out Quebec's healthcare system are sitting over here. I understand that the member for Louis Saint-Laurent got up because he felt trouble coming and he didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want to face the reality because there are none so blind as those who will not see. My colleagues seem to think that it's funny to cut healthcare funds and that people are no longer able to take care of others because they're not getting money because of them and because of them. That's what the member for Louis Saint-Laurent. I accept and appreciate that intervention. However, at this time, I have made a decision regarding the way that this process will continue. We will keep to the debate on the point of order regarding relevance to the topic. Therefore, we will continue with the debate on Bill C-16. That is the end of the decision. The decision is made. We will therefore proceed. The Honourable Member for La Prairie has 3 minutes and 37 seconds for his speech. The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, when I was a teacher at a university, I explained that agriculture, that globalization of markets meant that there were sectors protected by the government. And why? Because those were sectors that were essential to society like ours. I'm thinking of agriculture, because agriculture is important. We have to be able to feed our own population in order to be sure that we are not victims of blackmail, like we've seen with personal protective equipment recently. We don't want to be victims of blackmail. We need to take care of our own agricultural sector. With this government, when these individuals were in government, they were the first to put on the altar of international trade the fate of our quotas. They were the first to sell Quebec's dairy quotas, to open up the borders, to benefit the West. And they were followed by the Liberal Party, which is showing a terrible example. The Conservative government is criticizing the current government, but they are failing to see the error of their own ways, the error that is now magnified because they are the ones who started this. The Honourable Member for Beauce knows this. They were the first to damage dairy quotas. They were the first to bow down before other countries and to fail to protect Quebec's dairy producers. And that's why today, Mr. Speaker, that those people who, in spite of the fact that they do criticize the government, are in an embarrassing position, very embarrassing. And so, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude. Pardon me?
Le français est la langue officielle du Québec.
French is the official language of Quebec, and I will speak French at all times. If it bothers you, it's not my problem. If you are not pleased that I don't speak English, well, the official language in Quebec is French. And that is why I will always address you in French, Mr. Speaker, and everybody in this place. And I hope that there's no one here who doubts the fact that I have the right to do this. And I don't have to be annoyed because I speak French. Questions and comments.
Alors?
Order.
Alors?
Order.
La députée de Louis Saint-Laurent.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind colleagues from the second official opposition party that French and English are treated at the same level. All parliamentarians can speak one language or the other. And if during question period a minister speaks English, which seemed to bother the leader of the Bloc Québécois, that's their right. But here, the languages are equal. French and English are equal. The member spoke earlier about international trade agreements. Does the member agree with the reality of the situation in 2015 when there was an international trade agreement with our government? Yes, the issue of supply management came up. Is that true? I invite the member to confirm or deny if he has evidence to the contrary. The government had $4 billion to deal with potential losses to the sector. Our government had never committed so much money to help farmers because, yes, there was the issue of free trade, but at the same time, there was fair and responsible compensation, which the current government has not offered. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, ask any farmer if they prefer having a check from the government and continue what they're doing. Ask them what they would rather do. Keep farming or get a check from the government or keep developing their business. And I'm not done. Furthermore, the $4 billion was not enough. And every farmer, every producer said it unanimously. And you know what? It never happened. You might say that it's because of the current government. But what I would tell you is that it was insufficient, and dairy producers and other producers said so. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Yes, I would like to thank my colleague for his statement. What is his opinion on the fact that when we talk about agri-stability and the current programs that I mentioned earlier when I said that they didn't work, when we say that there's only 31% of Canadian farms that participate in agri-stability, do you know why it was 31%? Because in Quebec, given that it's a shared responsibility, and we talked about the Constitution and jurisdictions, it's relevant sometimes to talk about jurisdictions. In Quebec, we created a program that compensates, that completes the federal program that doesn't work. In Quebec, there's a rate of use of those programs that's much higher. Imagine if the government of Quebec had not been there to act. I would like the opinion of my colleague on that matter. The member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, in the history of Canada, many problems flow from 1867, where a document was passed that led to problems later. My colleague mentioned agriculture and that the agriculture programs are not well adapted to Quebec's realities. It's not surprising. Anyone who knows history, anyone who knows anything about this document knows that in a constitution, we have an outline of shared jurisdictions and responsibilities. So if we know this document well, we understand the problems that we have today. When I talked about health earlier, it's the same thing as with agriculture. The answers can often be found in this document. Unfortunately, we forget that, but it is a fact, and we cannot deny it. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's come back to free trade and agricultural producers. I remember in 2015, before the agreement and assistance was announced, there were protests in front of my office until the announcements were made. The $4 billion was intended to help farmers continue operating because we were aware of international problems that meant we had to make some concessions, but we were aware that we had to help farmers get through that and continue their work, which is what they were doing. The point is not to blame Pierre Jean-Jacques. Once the election happened, the new government came to power and set this $4 billion aside, which our government had proposed. That is why, Mr. Speaker, farmers supported us in Beauce and elsewhere. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. When he says that, it was a mistake. $4 billion were not spent. When we look at history, my father said, study history to not repeat the same mistakes. If I look at the history of that party, I can tell you that most of the time, the talk didn't follow the walk. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, before I speak to this bill, I have sad news that I have to announce to this House. During International Nursing Week in London, in my hometown, the town that I represent, a registered nurse who worked at a retirement village in my riding died of COVID-19. Brian Beattie was the first registered nurse in Ontario to die of COVID-19, and Brian is remembered as a dedicated nurse who loved his job and considered the residents in his care like his other family. My thoughts and deepest condolences go out to Brian's family and friends, and once again I want to sincerely thank those frontline healthcare workers who literally put their lives on the line to take care of others and take care of our families. Thank you. So it's often hard to switch gears in these circumstances, but today I am pleased to speak to Bill C-16, the Act to amend the Canadian Dairy Commission Act. New Democrats are relieved to see this legislation come forward, finally, and are happy to support it. I also want to acknowledge the great work done by my colleague, the MP for Cowichan-Malahat Langford, the NDP's agricultural critic. He couldn't be here himself today, as he lives fairly far away, but his work on behalf of farmers across the country is greatly appreciated despite his absence. By increasing the buyback limit dairy processors have with the Canadian Dairy Commission from $300 million to $500 million, allowing this Crown Corporation to purchase more surplus butter and cheese, helping processors with cash flow issues until the market stabilizes again. New Democrats believe these actions will provide some help to dairy farmers and processors so they can weather the COVID-19 pandemic. These actions are ones we have pushed for. We know that this will start to help the sector at this unprecedented time of need. Because of losses of liquid milk sales to restaurant and other retail sectors due to COVID-19 shutdowns for this sector, the producers and processors need assistance. Of course, this help is late, and I know I've heard from a lot of families, farming families in the area that surrounds my riding, who have been worried for months. The uncertainty and the stress that has been caused by this pandemic has had a detrimental impact on everyone, especially farmers. So I'm glad that we're here today to support this plan. Before I get into truly addressing some details around this legislation and the supports that are much needed for our agricultural sector, our dairy sector, I want to speak to some of the very key issues that women working in the agricultural sector sometimes face. Issues that have been long-standing but exacerbated by this pandemic. According to the United Nations, with the spread of the COVID-19 pandemic, even the limited gains made in the past decades for women are at risk of being rolled back. The Canadian Human Rights Commission has echoed this statement, saying these disproportionate impacts could have long-term and far-reaching consequences. The pandemic circumstances intensify inequalities related to gender and other factors, such as economic status, race, culture, language, and other intersecting elements of our identities. Mr. Speaker, the lack of access to services is felt by women nationwide, but rural women or women who are living in smaller towns are especially hit hard with the issue of provision of services, simply because of their location or their gender. Rural women have to travel long distances in order to get the help that they need. We know that women have felt the impact of this pandemic at disproportionate rates. And when they work in the agricultural sector, they often live in rural and remote areas. Their access to those services is dramatically reduced. I want to note that this is actually why the announcements last week that Greyhound is suspending their bus service operations has raised many flags with women's organizations, as the ridership of these services are 60% women, and they are used by many trying to get to work. I have and will continue to call on the government to help people in my riding of London and across southwestern Ontario who rely on the intercity bus industry. Travel, of course, is a necessity of life in rural Canada, and every community in Canada should be able to count on reliable transit to connect them to their jobs, healthcare services, school, and family members. Connectivity in person during this time is obviously limited, which for so many has put a great deal of emphasis on virtual connectivity. Again, this pandemic has exacerbated many of the failures within our infrastructure for farmers, for people living in rural and remote areas across this country. There are issues that consecutive governments have ignored for far too long. Women, and in particular women living in rural Canada, are too often feeling isolated, but compound that with their inability to access or afford stable internet connection or cell phone service. It is so important to physically distance right now, but social isolation must be avoided. I've heard from so many women how they miss their families and their grandkids, the hugs and the support that they provide. But I want to particularly address the needs of women who need access to supports from government programs or mental health supports, domestic violence hotlines. Those are just some examples. If they don't have that connectivity to online supports, they are left in further, more devastating isolation. New Democrats' vision of Canada is one of equality, balance, and fairness. A country where women's organizations have stable funding so that women can access the support and advocacy they need, where women have the tools that they need to access those services in their communities, whether urban, suburban, rural, or remote. Shelters across Canada have faced large expenses trying to adapt shelters to meet public health physical distancing requirements and to alter programs to deal with the new reality of a COVID-impacted world. But without the necessary core funding many shelters and organizations need, these supports cannot exist. Core funding has not been provided by the federal government for too many years, and these organizations cannot use the project-based funding to deal with this crisis situation. Too many fundraising events have been canceled due to COVID, so another source of income for community-based support services that women need are cut. And this is, of course, a serious financial crisis for the not-for-profit and charitable sectors. This crisis began long before COVID-19, and if things don't change, it will be one that will continue well past this pandemic. I want to specifically highlight some of the stresses that are put on rural women and women who work in Canada's agricultural industry. They are leaders in this sector, but I don't believe that this government has done enough or a good enough job of closing the pay equity gap, of ensuring that women have access to affordable childcare or to education. And I know that although the number of women are slowly growing in that agricultural sector, many barriers still exist. A significant barrier for most people to farm, especially for women to farm, are the large costs associated. The cost of farmland, the cost of equipment, the labor challenges. And this pandemic, again, has only exacerbated the difficulties that farmers in the dairy industry face. So before I became an MP, I was a parliamentary staffer, and I had the great honor of working with the past international trade critic, Tracy Ramsey. Because of this incredible work, I was able to meet and work with amazing people in our agricultural sector, including specifically in the dairy sector. Many people know that in the new renegotiated NAFTA, Canada threw our dairy farmers under the bus to appease the U.S. The U.S. has now gained 3.59% access to our dairy market, on top of the concessions that were in the other two conservative negotiated, liberal-signed trade deals, the CPTPP and CETA, that bring the total loss of 8.4% market share. That translates into 800 million liters of milk that will be permanently removed from our farms. I can't imagine any other sector from which any government would dare cut almost 10% of their market share. These are hardworking families across the country, and they take so much pride in producing top-quality milk for our communities. I do not know how much more dairy farmers can bear. And once again, I come to the point that because of decisions by consecutive Conservative and Liberal governments, which have hurt our supply-managed dairy industry, this sector has been weakened. It is less resilient to the effects of this pandemic. Like so many other systems that I mentioned before, that women, that farmers, that all Canadians rely upon, we need to reinforce social programs and these market protections, which protect people, which protect Canadians. Canadian farmers have benefited from the supply-managed system since the early 1970s. This system sets the price and creates stability for dairy, egg, and poultry producers. Supply management has proven to be an effective model that equalizes the benefits of dairy production across consumers, farmers, and processors, and stabilizes the industry against price shocks or oversupply. During the negotiations of CUSMA, the Liberal government every day repeated their rhetoric that they would preserve and protect our supply-managed sectors. But protecting it meant not allowing pieces of it to be negotiated away. There are three pillars of supply management: import control, pricing mechanisms, and production. In production, we have the quota system in Canada. We make sure that we are only making as much as market demands. What is being thrown away in every single trade agreement signed by this government is the pillar of import control. Another key concern in allowing American milk into the Canadian market is that this product contains bovine growth hormone created by Monsanto and used by American dairy farmers to increase milk production. There are no studies on the effect of this hormone on human health. I know that I'm so relieved when I buy milk and I see the little blue cow, knowing that I'm supporting Canadian dairy farmers and knowing that my milk is healthy and safe. I know it's in it, therein lies the extraordinary value of our dairy sector and why we need to fight to protect it. And to throw even more insult to injury, after selling out our dairy farmers in CUSMA, this government still hasn't provided the financial compensations they promised to support those same farmers. Ironically, this wouldn't be necessary if Liberals had actually protected supply management like they said they would. And we wouldn't have a surplus of American milk flooding Canadian borders, leading to the current Canadian supply glut, necessitating the recent dumping of 30 million litres of liquid milk. Also causing harm to dairy farmers is the Canada Day start for the new NAFTA. It is only a few more weeks away, and those market concessions will hit our sector hard. This is another reason it was so vital that the NDP and my colleague, the MP for Elmwood Transcona, negotiated with this government for future trade deals to be negotiated in a far more consultative and transparent way. We pushed so that Parliament will, for the first time ever, be able to review future trade deals in advance of ratification, instead of merely providing a yea or nay vote after the deal is done. It is to preserve our food sovereignty and systems like supply management. It is to protect our farmers for future generations and to ensure that we should have, should we have these crises or emergencies in the future, that we will be able to and stable enough to withstand it. Overall, the other measures announced for farmers by this government are not enough to offset the losses Canadian farmers collectively have suffered, nor will it ensure a strong food security system for Canadians. No one in Canada should be worried about where their next meal will come from. Canada's national food policy needs to improve food security by linking producers to the communities worried about having enough affordable food. I live in an incredible area rich in agricultural land. However, farmers are facing significant challenges in southwestern Ontario. As the Farm Belt gears up for the growing season, the landscape has been radically changed by the COVID-19 virus and the lockdowns and security precautions that it has brought. The closure of the food service industries, with dine-in restaurants doors shut, has forced food producers and processors to adjust high demand for retail and direct-to-consumer products. The processing of food is incredibly different for home consumption than food service. That is causing some significant challenges in our system. And again, although delayed, I'm glad we are passing these supports today. With businesses and restaurants closed during the pandemic, the government has finally accepted the NDP's call for the government to buy surplus food to support food producers and help local organizations enhance food security for people in our communities. Canada is a privileged country because of its agricultural diversity, but it still faces many challenges concerning food. In 1976, Canada signed on to the United Nations International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, which includes a right to food. Yet more than 40 years later, too many Canadians are still having difficulty putting food on their table. It's well past time for the federal government to live up to its obligations and ensure access to safe, affordable, and healthy food. Farmers have been waiting for weeks for this emergency support, and while New Democrats welcome the bill in front of us today, that intends to increase the Dairy Commission's credit line. This should have been done weeks ago, and there is still a great amount to do. Instead of investing more to help our agricultural producers during this crisis, the government again has let farmers fall through the cracks. So many are not eligible for support programs. After everything this government has done to dairy farmers, this is the least they can do to support them during this pandemic. Instead of investing more to help our agricultural producers during this crisis, the government is letting them down. Many still aren't eligible for support programs. The COVID-19 pandemic has revealed many failings in our systems and social programs. Cracks have been created over many years, and people are falling through those cracks because many of the government's consistent cutting and gutting. The undermining of these supports, of these programs, has cost us a great deal now. So the question remains, will we continue down a road where we are short-sighted, where we look only to what will benefit a small group in a short term? Or will we repair the damage done by cutbacks now and decide to further build and strengthen the programs we have? Will we ensure fairness, balance, and equality within sectors, including our agricultural sector? Will we value the work of farmers in every sector? Will we value the sourcing of local food? Will we fall back from the belief that globalization and a neoliberal agenda is inevitable or supreme and realize that it is actually through social stability, the strengthening of people, and the foundations they stand upon where we will thrive? Now's a good time to start to ask these hard questions and to talk about our lives post-COVID. I know what my answer is, and I'm willing to do the work involved to achieve something better for everyone. Before I officially conclude, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to briefly take this opportunity to recognize a very important anniversary. 50 years ago, almost to the day, members of the Vancouver Women's Caucus traveled to Ottawa with the abortion caravan. The 1970 abortion caravan marched on Parliament Hill in opposition to the 1969 amendments to the Criminal Code. However, this women's organization knew then that a lack of fair and equal access to proper reproductive rights were putting women's health in danger. The abortion caravan arrived in Ottawa on Mother's Day weekend in 1970. A convoy of Canadian women, over 500 strong in support, arrived here, coat hangers and a black coffin in tow, to demand the legalization of unrestricted access to abortion services for all Canadian women. On May 11th, 1970, approximately 36 women entered the House of Commons, taking their seats in the various galleries circling the chamber. Once seated, the women quietly chained themselves to their seats, listening intently as on the House floor, NDP MP Andrew Bruin asked the Minister of Justice, John Turner, if he would consider reviewing the abortion law. Turner tried to dismiss the matter. But just before 3 p.m., one of the women rose from her seat in the gallery and began reciting the abortion caravan's prepared speech, interrupting debate on the floor of the House of Commons. As parliamentary guards approached the woman, a second woman stood up in another area of the gallery and continued to give the speech. One by one, the women rose from their seats, adding their voices to the call for safe and equal access to reproductive rights. The abortion caravan brought national attention to this issue. Sadly, women today are still forced to fight for access to health care options. Specifically on this 50th anniversary, I think about those brave women who were part of that caravan and who built that movement to ensure that women of my generation have the freedom of choice. I also think of the women in Fredericton today, Mr. Speaker, and the fact that this so-called feminist federal government still has done nothing to ensure the women's clinic in Fredericton is properly and fairly funded to do what is needed to protect the rights that they are supposed to have under the Canada Health Act. But like those women 50 years ago, and like MP Bruin, New Democrats will continue to fight for safe and fair reproductive rights. In recognition of this 50th anniversary, Mr. Speaker, I believe that if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. Uh-oh. And I don't have it. One moment. Sorry. Thank you. Oh, no. All right, I thought I was better prepared. I thought I was at the end of my long speech. So, that the House recognized that this week marks the 50th anniversary of the abortion caravan, commemorates the caravan's important contribution to modernizing Canada's reproductive rights laws, and calls upon the government to take further action to increase access to abortion services, including by enforcing the Canada Health Act and ensuring that Clinic 554 in Fredericton is properly and fairly funded. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member for London Fanshawe have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? No. There is no consent. We'll now go to questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her great speech. And just a simple question that she made a lot of good points. And would she agree that the dairy farmers are waiting for this to happen for a while now? And does she have any idea why it took so long for the government to make this simple change?
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
I really appreciate my colleague from Hamilton Mountain. He's an incredible colleague. He supports me in ensuring that I have what I need, even when I think I already have it. I don't know exactly what took so long. I was certainly disappointed, but finally relieved, as I'm sure a lot of farming families are going forward. I think that we have a lot of work still to do. And with a lot of the programs that have been introduced by this government throughout the COVID-19 crisis, there are so many people who are falling through the cracks. And we're seeing that a lot of farmers are still not eligible for the supports that are being put forward. So I hope that we can continue to work with the government to address people and help people who are falling through those cracks. And I have faith that we can, if we really work hard and work together, we can start to address those inequalities.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, I want to pass on my condolences and respects to the family member that she talked about. It's a sad event. This is such a sad time of what we're experiencing here in Canada. It definitely draws tears to your eyes. You know, I have a very simple question for Mr. Speaker. In her riding, with the agriculture producers in her riding, what is their biggest need at this point in time as they go into their planting season and as they go transition into the spring and summer?
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
So I think that this is a start. I think that these supports are a start. I think that they need a more responsive government who acts a lot faster to address a lot of the failings that have gone on for so long. I think that we really need, as this pandemic has shown us, even in the manufacturing sector, there's a lot of imports that we rely upon. And in my area, like I had said before, it is so incredibly rich in terms of that agricultural production. So that, again, returning to that local idea of food security and local production so that we know where our food is coming from, we know what's in it, and we know that it's safe, and the reliance upon those local farmers is very key. So I hope that we can start to really move forward into national programs that really enhance that food security and ensure that we have that local production.
Questions and comments? Observations?
The Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the President of the Treasury Board today. Je suis très heureux d'être.
I'm very pleased to be here today to ask for your support for a very important bill for Canada's dairy sector.
In support of this bill to increase by $200 million the Canadian Dairy Commission's capacity to buy milk. This amendment to the Canadian Dairy Commissions Act will significantly help Canada's dairy farmers to manage their surplus milk while helping to meet food security demands across the nation. Our dairy farmers have adopted the social media hashtag #HereForCanada during COVID-19 and always. I'd like to share their collective message to Canadians from the Dairy Farmers of Canada's website, which reads, "One day, not very long ago, we woke up to find the world had changed. But one important thing has stayed the same. Canadian dairy farmers continue to work tirelessly, day in and day out, to ensure that Canadians can feed their families with milk products to standards among the highest in the world. This is such a powerful message, one I know that is filled with the passion of the dairy farmers in my riding. Every evening at 7 p.m., we hear Canadians out on their porches cheering and banging pots and pans in support of our frontline workers. Those workers include Canadian dairy farmers and processors who are working tirelessly to feed the nation in these uncertain times. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a profound impact on all sectors of the economy. One of the major challenges is the dairy industry, that they are facing volatile demand for their products. When the crisis first began, consumers started panic buying and shelves were quickly emptied. However, soon after, demand plummeted once consumers had stocked up and restaurants were closed. And demand for milk further nosedived following mass closures of hotels, schools, which stopped buying cheese, cream, and other dairy products. With thousands of litres of excess milk and no place to sell it, some farmers have been faced with the difficult task of disposing milk that they know would otherwise nourish us. At the same time, we're also hearing about the struggles of food banks and community organizations to provide adequate food supply to those most vulnerable in our communities. Mr. Speaker, across the nation, dairy farmers and processors, despite their own overwhelming challenges, are stepping up in a big way for Canadians. They are donating dairy products to food banks and their communities. In all, the industry has committed more than $10 million in dairy products to food banks across the country to support Canadians in need. Despite these efforts, however, some producers were forced to dispose of their milk as a last resort. What's greatly needed is a greater capacity to store butter and cheese processed from that milk. That's where our government's bill to amend the Canadian Dairy Commission Act comes in. The role of the Commission is as critical as ever, is as critical as it has ever been at this time of extreme challenges to farm income and food security due to COVID-19. In periods of lower demand and high production, such as in recent weeks, the CDC purchases butter from dairy processors, stores it, and then sells it back when the demand improves. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the Act limits the CDC's line of credit to $300 million. This has not changed in 25 years. The bill before us proposes to raise that limit to $500 million, and for very good reason. To help restore stability in the marketplace, dairy producers and processors supported the CDC's request to increase its line of credit in order to extend existing programs and create new ones, such as storing cheese. This credit extension will give the industry some breathing room until this crisis has passed and equip the CDC with the means to manage future crises. It will minimize food waste, and it will ensure that we all can enjoy the fruits of our dairy farmers' hard work. Dairy Farmers of Canada have welcomed the announcement, saying it will help to offset the impacts of bottlenecks in the supply chain that have prevented the smooth operation of dairy value chain that allows milk getting from the farm to the store shelf. Increasing this capacity of the Canadian Dairy Commission directly aligns with our government's key actions to ensure food security. Last week, as part of the federal investment package of $252 million to support our agri-food sector, the Prime Minister launched a first-ever surplus food purchase program. It's been supported by an initial $50 million fund, and this program will help redistribute surplus foods to local food organizations who are serving vulnerable Canadians. Dairy Farmers of Canada also welcome this measure as a way to get our dairy products to those most in need. This government believes in the importance of food security, and the recent allocation of $100 million through the Food Policy for Canada in support of food banks and other community organizations on the front lines is a testament to this fact. Food Banks Canada is receiving $50 million with an additional $20 million evenly divided between Second Harvest, Community Food Centres Canada, the Breakfast Club of Canada, and the Salvation Army. These organizations will work with local partners to meet urgent and increased food needs, including those in Indigenous and Northern populations. Organizations can use the funding to purchase, support, and distribute food, hire temporary help to fill volunteer shortages, and implement biosecurity measures, such as the purchase of personal protective equipment. The last $30 million will be allocated later to fill the gaps and further respond to further needs. As well, we'll also invest $25 million through Nutrition North to serve Canada's northern remote communities. Mr. Speaker, I am so inspired by everyone who is going above and beyond to help. Our deep thanks goes out to our dairy farmers and all those working in the agriculture and agri-food sectors. In uncertain times, It is more critical than ever for Canadians to have access to good, high-quality and nutritious food, which includes our dairy products. That is why the Government of Canada is taking this step to further support our dairy farmers and processors who provide Canadians with the food they need to keep themselves and their families healthy. With this bill, we are delivering for our dairy industry in their time of need, and we are supporting an industry that gives so much back to our economy, with over $6 billion in sales on the farm, almost $15 billion in processor sales, and tens of thousands of jobs. I began by quoting a message from our dairy farmers to Canadians, which concludes, and I quote, "They say farmers help keep Canada strong, but the truth is, feeding Canadians is what keeps us strong." So I invite my honourable colleagues to step up as well and join us in supporting this bill. C'est avec empressement que je...
I therefore call on you, honourable colleagues, to do your part by supporting this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions, commentaires? The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, dairy farming is important to so many in my community. Perth Wellington, after all, has more dairy farmers than any other electoral district in the country, something we are very proud of and something we think is very important. However, when I talk to different individuals, different farmers, they're greatly concerned with the slow to action process that this government has taken. And would the Honourable Minister agree that this action should have been taken 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago before so many of these farmers had to dump their milk? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you very much, and I also would like to acknowledge the dairy farms in my riding as well, and they are very pleased with the action that we're taking today. It's going to help dairy farmers across Canada. And I just wanted to say that the measures are coming in response to the request by the Canadian Dairy Commission, and they are already saying how happy they are. And I'm hoping that all of us in this House can join together today and get this done. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the member. The member had quoted the Dairy Farmers of Canada actually twice in her presentation, and the quote was really wonderful from the organization, but it really wasn't relating to the funding that came from the government. It was more about their industry in general. So can the member advise us as to how the dairy industry feels about the funding that has been announced by this government?
Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Thank you very much. And you're right, the member's absolutely right. I was quoting from the dairy farmers themselves and their organization to just say the heart and the commitment that they have to Canada and to producing such a high quality product for Canadians. There is a great support for this measure by the dairy industry, and we're looking forward again for the support of all the members in the House today to move this forward as quickly as possible so that we can implement it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires? The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the concerns I hear all the time from farmers in my riding, particularly in the non-supply managed commodities, are their concerns with the business risk management programs. When the government introduced the Canadian Agricultural Partnership to replace Growing Forward 2, there was a commitment to have a complete review and reworking of the business risk management programs. Here we are, a few years later, and that still hasn't happened. Could the minister commit today that the government will undertake a full and comprehensive reworking of the business risk management program so that they better support farmers in the non-supply managed commodities?
The Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to reflect on the comments that I've heard my colleague, Minister of Agriculture, say many times, that it is really important for farmers to access the risk management program. There is resources there, and it is important that they access that program That is the most important one for them to be able to get the supports that they need right now, and they need to go to that program. There's calculators on the website to be able to help them see how this is going to benefit them, and they need to take advantage of this program. It's there for them, and we'd like to see them use it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Time for about a minute and a half left. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, the minister said that those programs are there for farmers, but the fact of the matter is it's not. About 30%, only about 30% of farmers are actually enrolled in those programs, and those, even among that 30%, so many of them are not able to access the funding through that program, or if they are, they have it clawed back in future years. So it's very simple. The government committed to a full review and reworking these programs. Will they do that? Will they do it, especially now when we're in a pandemic where farmers are at the front lines? They are the ones who are feeding us on a daily basis. They're feeding our country. They're feeding the world. And could they at least commit to a review of these business risk management programs, which they agreed to a number of years ago? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to remind the members in the House what we have done, and that we are targeting support to some of the most critical challenges facing the food supply chain at this moment, helping to cover extraordinary costs and address food security concerns. We've invested, we have $77.5 million emergency processing fund available. We have $125 million in National Agri-Recovery Initiative, including set-asides for cattle and hog management. We've expanded the CDC borrowing capacity by $200 million in this movement here, and $50 million surplus food purchase program. We are working with the provinces and territories to increase agri-stability interim payments to 75%. These are some of the measures that we've been taking to support our farmers. Thank you.
Prise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable President of Treasury Board.
My own support to this bill to amend the Canadian Dairy Commission Act. As others have said, Mr. Speaker, this bill is urgently needed by our Canadian dairy sector. We're talking about an industry that drives our economy and our rural communities in particular, with over $6 billion in sales on the farm, almost $15 billion in processor sales, and tens of thousands of jobs. And that is why our government continues to support a strong supply management system in Canada. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Dairy Commission continues to be an excellent partner to support a solid and dynamic supply management system for dairy producers around the country, as it has been doing over the last 50 years. One of its main roles is to help maintain a balance between supply and demand and to avoid surpluses, as we saw during the COVID-19 crisis. Because restaurants, hotels, and schools have closed down, the demand for dairy products has plummeted, which has left producers with a surplus of milk. Producers and producer groups have done everything they could to manage these surpluses by reducing quotas and donating to food banks, but we have to do more, and that's why this bill is so important. The Canadian Dairy Commission needs greater capacity to fully meet the needs of the industry, and that's exactly what this bill offers by increasing the borrowing capacity of the Commission to fund both purchases and the storage of surplus dairy products. So I call on all members to support this bill, which would amend the Dairy Commission Act of Canada. The measure, which was well received by Canada's dairy producers, will help the sector, which it so desperately needs, and it will help maintain the strength of our supplies. And this shows that our government strongly supports our dairy sector and our supply management system.
We know that international trade is also vital for our economy and our jobs in this country. Canada is indeed a trading nation. To maximize our trade opportunities, we have completed trade agreements with our key trading partners in Europe, Asia Pacific, and North America. That said, Mr. Speaker, we are balancing our pro-trade agenda with our continued strong commitment to supply management. And I can tell you that during the negotiations with the new NAFTA, we defended our system against a concerted effort to dismantle it entirely. At the same time, we also know that some access to our Canadian dairy markets was granted. And that's why we sat down with supply management groups and worked out the best way to deliver full and fair compensation to Canadian supply managed producers. To help dairy producers manage the impact of the CPTPP and CETA, we committed to an investment of $1.75 billion. Mr. Speaker, we have already sent out $345 million to dairy farmers in direct payments based on their quota holdings. I want to recognize the great work done by the Canadian Dairy Commission in helping us deliver these dollars to producers as quickly as possible. As well, we have invested $350 million in programs to help dairy producers and processors boost their production and compete. The producer portion of this investment is $250 million for the Dairy Farm Investment Program. Right across Canada, this program is helping well over 3,000 dairy farmers make key investments in animal comfort, new feeding and milking systems, ventilation systems, and many others. These innovations are helping dairy farmers reduce their costs, boost their productivity, and improve their efficiency. The result is a stronger, more profitable operation. And that's good news for our dairy industry, our communities, consumers, and for our economy. Of course, we'll continue to move forward with the compensation not only for dairy producers, but for poultry and egg producers as well. And we will sit down with the industry to determine the best way forward for compensation for new access under the new NAFTA.
Mr. Speaker, it's very important to help our dairy producers to remain financially viable while meeting the needs of consumers and move towards an industry which is innovative and durable. We are pleased to work with the Canadian Dairy Commission to develop a vision for the future and an ambitious and strategic plan for Canada's dairy sector. This bill is going to help the sector get through this crisis. Over the last decades, the industry has made huge progress in terms of production, innovation, and environmental sustainability. For instance, the carbon footprint of a glass of milk is only a third today of what it was in the 1950s. This type of result is due to innovation in genetics, in the food sector, and in the management of dairy cows, and it's also due to the remarkable work of our dairy producers. Our government is proud to help the dairy sector of Canada to pave the way in the area of innovation and technology. Let's support them, and let's be proud of them at a time where they need us the most by passing this bill. Let's keep on working with the processors and with every actor in the farm and agri-food sector in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Louis.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the President of the Treasury Board. First of all, I would like to thank him sincerely, because in the last couple of months, I've had to deal with him and other cabinet ministers. We've had a very good relationship. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. I really appreciate that working relationship. Now, as the president of Treasury Board, he's one of the architects of the government's fiscal policies. Nobody expected what happened, including all of these emergency funds. We all agree with emergency funding, but there are also perverse effects, which have also affected the farm sector and young people. Young people will receive support. They might be tempted to stay home instead of going to do farm work. Under Minister André Lamontagne in Quebec, additional financial support will be given to people who will go do farm work, $100 a week more. With the federal government use this model to incentivize people to go to work instead of being stuck with the problem of paying people to stay home to do nothing. The Honourable President of Treasury Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This, in fact, is a great opportunity for me to say that around Quebec City, people are tight. I have the honour, myself and my team, of working with the team of the member for Louis Saint Laurent. We're all very proud to represent our region, and I'm also extremely proud of how our two teams have worked together. Now, when it comes to the emergency funding, we have created the CERB. Well, there are tens of thousands of families in Quebec City who are receiving the CERB who need it to make ends meet. However, challenges remain, and that's why the support of $3 billion which was announced to increase the pay of workers in essential sectors is so important, and we know that the government of Quebec will use that money well.
Question commentaire. Please note the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Yeah. For questions, Mr. Speaker? Yeah, I just want to ask the minister as well. You know, he's made these comments about supporting the dairy industry, and I want to, and we certainly do support this bill, but I just wanted to acknowledge the great hard work and long hours that the dairy industry puts in to be able to provide this great product for us in Canada in our processing. But I'm wondering if he can further, I guess, further acknowledge and further mention what further asks came from the dairy industry in regards to the lead up to this particular bill, Bill 16, the $200 million that's been put in, and were there other things that were asked for?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say something that I know personally, even if there's no dairy producers in my riding, unfortunately. Dairy farmers, just like every other farmer, works very hard. I don't have to go back very far in my family tree to find farmers. I myself am not one, and in my riding there are not many. That said, as you say it so well, there are needs. And there's a need to continue to work with the sector to ensure that we continue to allow them to do their work so they can help feed 35 million Canadians.
The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my privilege to be able to speak to Bill C-16 in the House today as well. And this bill is an act to amend the Canadian Dairy Commission Act. It's a bill to increase the amount that the Commission can borrow up to $500 million, Mr. Speaker. But before I start, I want to thank my colleagues from Foothills and Beauce for their presentations today and the excellent speeches that they've made in regards to the need for further support in the agricultural industry and the acknowledgement of the work that I just pointed out, hard work of the dairy industry, and their work in trying to convince the minister, who is trying to convince us that farmers, us and farmers, that she's working, that she's walking the talk, Mr. Speaker. You know, according to the reports that I'm getting, it's not working so well for her. But we certainly want to give her some more ideas today as to what kind of help might be that we're hearing about in the country that might help her make a more firm commitment. But I hope to leave her with those ideas as we speak here in the Commons today. But I want to acknowledge as I begin that I want to be sharing my time today with my colleague from Huron-Bruce as well, and we'll be sharing the time to speak on this topic. You know, he comes from another great region of Canada as far as agricultural production, and maybe that's why my ancestors in the Wingham area left there in the 1870s to go west and find greater fertility in the bald prairies out in Elgin, Manitoba, Mr. Speaker, and many of my ancestors still live there. I'll have to get back and see them again sometime. But just want to say that in supporting Bill C-16, we know the importance of the dairy industry in Canada. We also know the shortfalls that this government has had in regards to the dealings with the dairy industry as well. And I would just want to say, it has been said, but I want to repeat that you know, my colleague from the block today was trying to do a bit of a history lesson. He said he was a teacher, but you know, I just want to reiterate, my colleagues mentioned the great trade agreements that we've had, and I've had the dairy industry in my office supporting the TPP agreement that we had signed. My colleague from Abbotsford signed that agreement with the Prime Minister, our Minister of Agriculture from Saskatchewan as well at the time, and these were great trade agreements that the dairy industry realized was an opportunity for them to continue with their industry in a very extensive way, but that the Conservative government at the time had their backs, Mr. Speaker. We had put forward, as my colleagues from Quebec today have indicated, a $4.2 billion plan to help the dairy industry with any kinds of support that they would have needed as the adjustment took place for the great pluses of other areas of the industry and other industries in Canada that were going to take place under the TPP. And Mr. Speaker, and I want to acknowledge from the government right now that they did make $2 billion available to the dairy farmers of Canada just a week or so before the last election last fall, which seemed to be a bit of a suspicious timing, Mr. Speaker, but they did that because the agreement that they were signing with the United States wasn't as good for the dairy industry as, of course, the one that we were looking at signing with the TPP. And so there needed to be they felt there needed to be that support there. And so as an opposition, we know and acknowledge again how important this dairy industry is. Mr. Speaker, so I want to just talk about a couple of things that, you know, a couple of numbers today too. There's many sectors that are hurting on the prairies and in Ontario, because I've spoken to Ontario cattle people, I've spoken to my Quebec colleagues and some of the Maritimes too in regards to the hurt in the agricultural industry today. There doesn't seem to be the acknowledgement there that's on the same parallel as my colleagues have mentioned with some of the other industries that have been supported in this COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Speaker. And I reiterate the fact that the question that I asked the minister a while ago, where she, you know, was saying that they would be there to help with the asks of the agricultural industry. Well, the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, in my question I asked earlier, indicated that it would take $2.6 billion to support that industry. This is a few weeks back, Mr. Speaker, when they made this claim, and yet the minister announces $252 million, of which $150 million is for the Agri-Recovery Program that, as my colleagues have said, is budgeted regularly every year in every province for the partnership arrangement that the provinces are involved in to have an agri-recovery program. And so this is not newly budgeted funds even, and that's the biggest portion of that $252 million. I acknowledge the expansion of the $200 million today in the dairy support for the Dairy Commissions Act because of the need to make sure that we don't have these kinds of perishable agricultural products spoiling and not being able to save them for further use, Mr. Speaker. I think that's a very big concern. But it's a parallel that's not drawn by the government's commitment to the agricultural industries in the rest of the sectors of agriculture, particularly in the beef industry and the pork industry at this time. And I would compare, as others have, the spoilage of butter and cheese and milk products not being acceptable. Then it's just as acceptable not to see piglets or some of our culled cows and that sort of thing being euthanized, Mr. Speaker, in Canada today as well. And that is the result of the lack of immediate support and the delay in the support from the industry, from the government in trying to meet and adapt to the needs of our agricultural industry, particularly our livestock producers today. And thinking that they can do it through the Agri-Recovery Program, I guess is one step better than trying to do it through the Agri-Stability. I want to correct the Minister of Seniors. She just said that the government was working hard to try and get the Agri-Stability Program to 75% margins, when in fact that's where it is, Mr. Speaker, and the industry is wanting it to go back to 85%. I the Minister of Agriculture did acknowledge that, so I just want to make sure that they're on the same page in their own cabinet. But I just wanted to reiterate that there is the support there in agri-stability, but many farmers have been through disasters before, and it comes 18 months to 2 years after the fact, and it's far too late for an immediate hit and in a pandemic situation like this. And what I mean by immediate hit, Mr. Speaker, is I've had feedlot operators tell me that it's costing them $800,000 a month to feed the cattle that they have in a 10,000 head feedlot back home. I also know that from the bigger feedlots, and that one's a reasonable size in a province the size of Manitoba, but where they really feed cattle in southern Alberta, these feedlots are 20 to 25,000 head each. I've been on many of them. It's a huge operation, but it costs upwards of $2.4 million a month to feed that many livestock in those areas. And this is about food security, Mr. Speaker. We can talk about the size of the operations or anything else. It's all relevant. But, Mr. Speaker, we've really got to make sure that we're dealing with food security. And so I want to close by saying that one of the programs that I've heard a lot about and that the farmers have indicated that they would qualify and sign into is I suggest that the minister, I'll pass their suggestion on to the minister, that she should look at and utilize the Western Livestock Price Insurance Program again. It's a very, it doesn't work because, as I said in my question to her today, the premiums are not affordable. So to make it affordable, I think the government could use it now, go ahead with their agri-recovery, but to look at going back to March the 13th, that's the day we rose in the House, all parties agreed to that, so we know there was a disaster going on that particular day. We could use that as a reference point. And we could look at this Western livestock, and even though the Ontario people tell me that it would quite work for them. If the premiums were affordable, they would sign up immediately, knowing full well that they would get a return out of it this year. But the big problem is liquidity with any insurance program, Mr. Speaker. And so if the government was to be able to help the premium levels become more affordable, then you would get the buy-in from the livestock industry across Canada to make it much more the liquidity viable, Mr. Speaker. And that is a big issue with that program. So to develop that, you'd have to have the farmers then sign in for 3 or 4 years. You'd have to have the government look at supporting the industry as well. And they've told me that's what they would do because they know that they would be predictable, more predictable in helping them stabilize their livestock industry, both in the pork side and in the beef side, Mr. Speaker. And so, you know, if they're going to sign up, we could look at agreeing on that in this House, and it's all because we would have a recognition of the COVID-19 area. And so, Mr. Speaker, that commitment is what makes it liquid, and the provinces would therefore be able to phase themselves in. Pretty well have to do it through federal funding right now because the provinces are already being supported by the federal government in many ways. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire? The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague from Brandon Souris for his intervention and his definitely his wealth of knowledge when it comes to the agriculture sector, and specifically his comments on C16. And I'm just wondering if he could comment on some of the things that he's heard from his constituents regarding the impact not only that the Dairy Commission and dairy producers will be having as a result of this pandemic, but was this agreement that is reached today we're talking about, was it more to do with the USMCA and what the impact the USMCA is having on dairy producers across this country?
Member for Brandon Souris.
Yeah, I want to thank my colleague from Foothills for that question. It's very relevant, and I did mention that that this agreement that they have signed with the USMCA is a weaker agreement for the dairy industry than what we've had before, and the same as the $2.2 billion support level that was brought out a week before the election campaign. This support level that's needed right now in the industry is you know, of course, it's caused by the pandemic that we're in, but the trade agreements needed to be much more solid for the long-term sustainability and viability of a very needed industry like the dairy industry that we have here in Canada.
Questions and comments? Say commentaire. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you, and to my colleague for his speech, for his intervention. Thank you very much for your information. You had mentioned other sectors in agriculture not included in Bill C-16, and I'd like to draw his attention to my riding of Kelowna Lake Country, where we have a tree fruit industry, and I'd like to read a quote. The financial support package to the Canadian agriculture industry announced by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau this morning is profoundly underwhelming, and that's from the BC Fruit Growers Association. So I'm wondering if the member can expand on his thoughts on what additionally the government should be doing to not let down farmers.
Or Brandon Souris.
I want to thank my colleague from Kelowna for that intervention as well. I've had the opportunity of visiting her region way back in the early 90s to deal with the new environmental programs that they were using in the fruit industry and the orchard industry there as well. And so it is a great part and a great industry in Canada. The government has need, as I've said, in some of the other areas to support them, whether it's agri-recovery, agri-invest in those areas. But the ag stability one is the weakest one for the livestock industry for sure. But these kinds of, when you're in a pandemic situation like this and looking at a real, not a natural disaster, I guess you could say, caused by nature in regards to the things that we'd normally think of in crop production and orchards survivals, this is a very serious need for an immediate set-aside program, perhaps a per head per day subsidy that might be utilized, and I don't know if that's what they're looking at in the agri-recovery program right now or not, Mr. Speaker, but that would help that sector, and we need to look at all of these sectors of supply, because the purchasing power of Canadians has dropped because they've all had to stay home and everything else, and that affects our industry in British Columbia and throughout our wine growing areas of Canada as well.
Just a brief comment to honourable members when they're posing a question, if they're using a citation of a document or a quote, if that quote happens to include the given name or family name of an honourable member, you're still not allowed to sort of incorporate that into the quote. So just so you know for the next time. So even by citation, members are expected to change that up when the moment comes, when they read that, the honourable member for Papineau or whatever the case may be. So any questions on that, members can get back to me. We'll have one last short question and response. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think the essence of the discussion we've had here tonight is just how woefully short the efforts of the Liberal government have been, including in their efforts to assist agriculture. And even on this, which is $200 million for the Dairy Commission, compared to the money that's being given by other countries. And I would just like my colleague to comment on how is Canada stacking up in its assistance for its agriculture sector as a whole and compared to other countries such as the United States.
For Brandon Souris.
I thank my colleague for that question, because we're just not standing up at all compared to our U.S. neighbors, Mr. Speaker. I always look at things on a population base. We're about 37 million people in Canada. There's 370 million in the United States. We're a tenth of their population. They just put $19 billion into their agricultural industry with a stroke of a pen, and the money's out there. We've got a $252 million. If we were on a parallel, we'd have at least had a $1.9 billion, and our industry asked for $2.6 billion, Mr. Speaker. So we're not even close to being able to be competitive in our industries here in Canada on the agriculture side compared to our U.S. neighbors. And that's on top of the fact that the trade agreement isn't as plentiful as it was with the old one either.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here tonight. I just want to correct the record. The member from Brandon Souris, he was incorrect in some of his comments off the beginning about his origins. Wingham is in the riding of Huron-Bruce, smack dab in it, and of course Huron-Bruce County are some of the best agricultural lands in the country. And I also mentioned to him that former NDP member Pat Martin was also not too far down the road from where his relatives grew up, so I don't think he's related to him. Pretty sure of that. But anyways, what I was thinking though is maybe you had it too good in Huron Bruce and you moved out west. I don't know, but anyways, we're happy to have him here tonight. What I would say from the beginning, okay? What I would say from the beginning, if you look at the years from 2006 to 2015, and you go back in history, those were 10 years, 10 of the best years that Canadian agriculture has known. It's indisputable, and I can't reiterate that enough. And when the Conservative government got in 2006, there was a lot of work to do, and we did a number of different trade deals, and it really changed the direction and dimension of agriculture, and not just agriculture, but agriculture certainly benefited from a number of those trade deals. There were also things that we did with red tape and a number of different things that allowed a farmer to get out from underneath some red tape and bureaucracy and actually just be able to focus on their operations. And I can think about people not too far down the road from me. They upgraded machinery, and this is a few years ago. They put GPS equipment in. They've done different rippage and tillage systems for their cash crop. It was very good years. And it could be a fluke. It likely isn't. But the last 5 years, there has been a downward trend in the sentiment and reality for agriculture in this country. Even the general feeling of farmers in Canada, they have a different outlook on agriculture, unfortunately, than what they did just 5 years ago. And it isn't just in one sector. It isn't just in dairy. It's in all the other supply managed sectors. It's in cash crop. It's in beef. It's in pork. And it's in all the other sectors that we would call agriculture in this country. And so their outlook is diminished, and there's a number of different reasons why. But I think that's where we need to start this discussion today with C16, is that we're not anywhere near where we were just a few short years ago. So there are 3 trade deals that need to be discussed as well today. The Comprehensive Economic Trade Agreement, what the government now calls CPTPP, and then USMCA. And so when we were in the 2015 election and we had come to a resolution actually midway through the election, there was an agreement with TPP that included the United States, which supply managed sector said this is setting future generations in agriculture for many generations. It was a very positive time. It kind of put everything to a conclusion, a finality, and allowed everybody to think about moving forward and the investments and growth that would be there. Subsequent to that, we've had a number of issues, and of course, some of them is the direct compensation, speaking particularly in around dairy. There have been a lot of complaints about that. There's a lot of uncertainty around TPP, and of course with USMCA, there are some ballpark figures, but certainly the way in which these dollars will be delivered are still to be seen. That is an issue. That is an issue. And what we're dealing with today is, we'll call it a positive, okay? I think it is an action that needs to be taken. But like the member Brandon Souris said, it is not enough. It's not enough for all of agriculture. And I wish today we could be talking about further compensation for pork, further compensation for beef, but we're not having that conversation today. Also, I'd like to talk about processing capacity. It would have been fantastic if we could have had something in the bill, and I know there was some money allocated to processors, but I understand it's pretty well for PPE. Now, I do not understand for the life of me why Cargill, one of the largest processors in the world, with deep pockets, needs money for PPE. Seems to me they would have their own money for PPE. Maybe they could have help getting PPE, but certainly I think they could afford to purchase their own PPE. I've talked to trucking companies that truck directly to dairy, trucking companies that truck directly into other facilities. They aren't eligible for any of these programs. They're the ones that don't usually have frontline people that are on the edge, cutting edge of what is going for PPE. So that's a frustration. But if you look in the province of Ontario and see what's happening in the last number of years with processing specifically around beef and with pork, it's very frustrating. It's very frustrating. We have seen quality meats close. We've seen Riding Regency have their license pulled in December. And right now there's about 12,000 head of cattle processed each week in Ontario. 1,500 head of that could have been from Riding. And so Riding is out of the picture. And the frustrating thing in the Riding situation is not to say they were completely innocent for their infractions, but it is the cloud of secrecy that happens after the initial violation occurs. No member of Parliament in this House, except perhaps maybe the Minister of Health, Agriculture, and the Prime Minister, maybe Cabinet, would know exactly what the issue is at the specific moment back in the fall of 2019 as to what the issues are. No one knows. I tried to find out and to know exactly what happened, to know exactly what the final straw was as to why it was pulled. We don't know. The media doesn't know. Canadian Cattle Association doesn't know. Beef Farmers of Ontario, I don't think they know to this day exactly what was the final straw. And the issue is, once it's pulled, that's it. You start back from scratch. That's a problem. So in future, it needs to be transparent. It needs to be open. And so that if there needs to be a will from the House of Commons to help deliver a financial package or a dollar solution to it, that it occurs. Because now there is, for example, kosher beef, which Riding provided almost all of it to Canada. It's coming from Mexico. And we saw last week in the news, there's ground beef coming from Uruguay. And I would challenge the Minister of Health, I would challenge the Ag Minister to show anybody on this side of the House of Commons that Uruguay or Mexico are as diligent with their inspectors on ear tags, on cattle being unloaded at a processing facility with a limp, okay? Currently, if you get the wrong inspector, the animal is euthanized. I mean, it's 5 feet from being put on the line, and now it is scrapped. How about traceability? How about the new transportation rules that the government's imposed? How about the new rules they imposed at cattle auctions for further processing, for horns and et cetera, that they've imposed? I will bet you it isn't even close to what we put our producers through here. And the fines that you get, $1,500 fine if a tag isn't in an animal's ear. Okay, they know what farm it came from. So there's a lot we need to do with CFIA and transparency. There has to be a reality where if we're importing beef, they have to be held to the same standards that we are, or we have to come to an agreement as to what all the standards are. There also needs to be an investment in green field processing capacity, and at least in Ontario, I'm sure there's other parts around the countryside. Conestoga Meats in Breslau is a great example in the pork sector. It's kind of a public-private partnership, and in spite of the pandemic right now, they're doing very well. And farmers have a share of the hooks, and it works out quite well. A couple of things that probably have 1 minute to go. The other thing I wanted to talk about that I didn't get a chance earlier today was really to go back to what the member from Brandon-Souris said. And to my mind, the minister said, we're going to go with our business risk management programs, and she said in the calculator, one of her pork farmers received $11 a head. If that isn't proof enough to this House, it isn't working. Every person that has pig farmers in this riding are losing $70 a head. So the government, basically because of this pandemic and processing capacity, is losing money. And unless you have a contract, which many do, but some aren't. And when you're losing $60 or $59 a head, and your ag minister tells you, well, looks like ag stability is going to give you $11 a head, what's the point? It's not enough. It's not enough. And like I said earlier today, It isn't like this is old McDonald's farm with 10 pigs in the barn. It's thousands. It's thousands. And the losses are in the millions and the hundreds of thousands. Thank you for your time.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his intervention and his experience and the real detail that he went into talking about the issue. But I would like to ask him, what does it mean to his constituents that the fact that there wasn't anything to deal with the processing capacity across Canada, the impact that will have? There was an announcement of $50 million as a set-aside for cattle and $50 million for pork producers. But this will go nowhere near to address the culling of animals, even for dairy producers, which also is not included in Bill C-16, as any funds to address the culling of animals, not only as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, but even with the increased imports through USMCA. So to my colleague, what impact does it have that there's nothing there to address the bottleneck in the processing capacity, and how critical is this situation?
Honourable member for Huron-Bruce.
The set-aside is good because, like I said, if you're losing $70 a head, the worst thing you can feel is if you're a farmer is you have to keep paying something you know you're going to lose money on. Pork farmers, for example, and beef farmers, they don't want to euthanize their animals. They want to see their animals become food. That's what they want to do. But the reality of the situation is if your barn's full, you get weaner pigs coming in, you have no room. You have no space. So you have to, you basically have to sell your pigs for what you can get for it, and that's where we're really at. And so we know the processing capacity, say for example in Quebec, where there are some Ontario hogs that get sent to, they have a reduced capacity and they get backed up, and then they end up in Manitoba or wherever else. So this is a short-term problem, yes, set-asides and other things will help, but in the long term, we have our heads in the sand if we are not looking at our food sovereignty in this country and our processing capacities in our province to be able to process what we have here.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. La députée de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to know what he thinks about the impact of the government's non-action when it comes to supporting the farm sector in the short, medium, and long term. If we compare ourselves with other countries, including the U.S., came up with a $19 billion support package for its farm sector. What about Canada? What can our farmers expect?
I appreciate the question, and it is absolutely baffling. And I have spent so much time on the phone the last 5 weeks, 6 weeks, talking to farmers and other people, and they ask me, Ben, why the blankety blank does this blankety blank government not do more for us? And they're not looking for a brand new pickup truck in their parking lot. They're looking for just an actual conclusion that they've lost a market because of this pandemic. They're not asking for what happened in September. They're not asking for what happened in October. They're asking for what happened from March 15th to today. And it is absolutely baffling. They can roughly estimate what they need right now, but it's like there's nobody to talk to. And it's so frustrating. And hopefully one of these days they'll wake up and they'll get to the table.
Commentaire. The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I heard the member from Huron-Bruce say the word baffling, and I have to agree with him. It is baffling. And to hear some of the comments from the Minister of Agriculture about how these business risk management programs, continue to exist for farmers and farm families, but ignores the reality on the ground that all of us rural MPs are hearing from the farmers that the business risk management programs just aren't working. I'm reminded of the famous Ike Eisenhower quote that farming is mighty easy when your plow is a pencil and you're 1,000 miles from the nearest cornfield. And that seems to be the impression we're getting right now from this government. An Ottawa knows best approach that fails to ignore the realities on the ground. Would the member from Huron-Bruce have a comment on that?
Huron-Bruce.
And I'd say next to Huron-Bruce, once in a while, Perth County will give us a run for money on productive farmland. And the Ag Minister, she toured my riding just before the election, and it was a tour for an announcement. And she toured a beef farm of a Liberal supporter. I know that. And they told her exactly what she's been hearing today. And what I cannot figure out is how you can sit here in the House of Commons and say agri-stability and agri-recovery is our offer. It's ridiculous. If you want to lose your food sovereignty, if you want to be completely reliant on the United States and imports from Central and South America, you are accomplishing your goal with your inaction here today. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To begin, I'd like to thank my colleague for Berthier Masquinongé, who defends the interests of Quebec's farmers. And from the outset of this pandemic, our farmers need help. I've heard them in English, I've heard them in French. They've said that the government has not done enough and has not done enough fast enough. So I would like to thank members for their support for our farmers. And we're here debating Bill 16, which comes after Bill C-216, which had been tabled by the Bloc. And both bills show that so far not enough has been done for the farm sector. Now, I apologize. I forgot to say that I will share my time with the member for Témiscouata, Rimouski, Négette-les-Basques. I would also like to remind this chamber that the Bloc supports Bill 16. And I would have liked the bill to go farther. We're in a pandemic. Everyone is dealing with COVID-19. And all of my colleagues have said this bill has to go farther, even though we do agree with it. In the course of this crisis, we've seen just how vital the farm sector is. Obviously, it's always essential. But now we see just how fragile, how vulnerable it is. We've seen that in the last year, especially following international trade agreements, which supposedly compensated the farm sector, but that wasn't the case. In fact, our farmers emerged from those agreements in a weaker position, and now we're dealing with the crisis. And it's so obvious how urgently we must help our farmers. Now, sure, we completely support Bill C-16, but I join my voice to all of my colleagues who have said this is not enough. Now, I'm here in the House of Commons, and I'd like to talk about food self-sufficiency. C-16 deals with the dairy sector, but I represent a region which is quite far away. It's a rural region in Quebec where the farm sector has suffered greatly in the last several years. So whether it's raising cattle, whether it's the dairy sector, whether it's fruits and vegetables, farmers in my riding have almost disappeared. So everything that's said today in the House, I have to say, applies to regions that are farther away, which are not necessarily classic rural areas. But if we want food and food self-sufficiency to be a priority, well, this issue really hits close to home for me. And yes, agriculture is an essential topic, and we're all dealing with this COVID-19 pandemic. But it would have been nice, notwithstanding the what my colleague for Louise Saint-Laurent said, it would have been nice to talk about topics which are related to agriculture and topics which would have made this debate more complete. It's one thing to agree on issues, but it's important to go even farther. So when it comes to food self-sufficiency, there's also the fishing sector. This has not been mentioned once from the start of the crisis. And And I think that at the COVID-19 committee, we should also talk about fishing. And now, as we know, there's a surplus of some food products on the market. Farmers' revenues have gone down. There is uncertainty. There are doubts. Farmers fear for the future. And it's the same with the fishing sector, which is also a food sector. Everyone in the sector is suffering because they also will not be able to sell all of their products. They are going to incur additional costs. They will not be able to make the necessary investments, be it fishing or agriculture. It'll take years before the debts have been paid off. And I know that in the case of some farmers in my riding, well, many of them are afraid they will have to declare bankruptcy because as it is now, they're operating at a loss and they need our support. I talk about the fact that this issue is dear to my heart. Yes, we're all here to pass Bill C-16, but I think it's important that we go farther and faster. The future is around the corner. I'm sure it's the same for my colleagues here. Agriculture is suffering. It has been weakened by the international trade agreement this government has signed. And then there's also the issue of new blood in the farming sector. We need young farmers to step in. We don't know if young people will want to take up farmers. When we put out the call for young people to enter the fishing industry and the agriculture industry, we're also saying, well, we don't know what the future holds. They don't know if the government will be there to support them. And it seems that the future looks bleak for young farmers and young fishermen. So we've heard in all languages that the government has said that there are no guarantees that in the future it will be there to support the new generation of farmers and fishers. There are so many needs out there. A little earlier, a member talked about breeding cattle. I'm hearing from people who are animal rights groups, but that's a problem for some region. In my riding, for instance, there are no more processing plants. And one of my farmers wondered whether he should not give up because there's so much regulation and there are no more slaughterhouses in the riding. I'm also thinking of fishers. There are going to be fishing quotas. If a young person wants to enter the fishing sector, they'll have to spend a ton of money on fishing gear, on a fishing vessel, and there's no guarantee the government will be there to support that sector any place in Canada, be it in BC, be it in the Atlantic provinces. The fishing sector might also suffer greatly and will not be able to attract young people. So many recommendations have been made to the government, but it has acted very slowly, so we are still lagging behind, and we are not helping these sectors of the economy. So to conclude, I wanted to talk about fishing in this debate, and there is a definite connection between fishing and agriculture because both sectors are going through very tough times. Clearly, we want to help the dairy sector. We want to help the pork sector as well. We want to help the poultry sector, the egg sector. We want to help the fruit and vegetable sector and the fishing sector because it's so important to have food self-sufficiency. And if we are to have it, we need to attract young farmers and young fishers. So I think the debate has to be widened a bit. And we should not limit ourselves to the dairy sector as we are here with C-16 because COVID will affect so many other sectors. And I certainly hope that we can bring down the walls and truly help all of our farmers, all of our fishers, and our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for her speech today as well, and made many good points. I just want to say that I saw published in the Globe and Mail earlier in the week a report from a grain farmer in Alberta, Mr. Nielsen, I believe it is, and he indicated in his presentation that he got into agriculture because he loves it, not because he did thought it would be easy. The dairy industry is certainly not easy, as I pointed out earlier today as well. But he also makes a comment that these farmers face weather, they face market volatility, and they face costs of inputs on a regular basis, but they manage for that as much as they possibly can. But the mental health of farmers, too, is something I think that we need to look at. I would ask my colleague to comment on that. I just want to close by saying that article indicates that, published by the Globe and Mail, that 58% of farmers meet the threshold for anxiety, and 35% already meet the level of what's classified as a depression. Now, so I just, and even though they are like that, they love the industry, and I was a farmer all my life, so I kind of know where they're coming from. But can you just expand on that as well, or if you have anything to add?
The honourable member for Manicouagan. I'd like to thank my colleague for his observation, for his question, and for allowing me to speak to the issue of mental health. Obviously, mental health issues in farmers is collateral damage. In our communities, we talk about agriculture, and we know that farmers are, well, obviously, it depends on how big your farm is, but it's a solitary endeavor. There's a lot of risk, regardless of whether you're operating a dairy farm or you grow wheat. There's a lot of stress involved, a lot of worry. I said earlier that the government still hasn't done enough to compensate farmers for the free trade agreements. So farmers are under even more pressure today, and yet they're an essential sector. What does essential mean? Well, it means that if they are vital to us, we need to help them immediately. Now, Quebec and provinces have already asked for federal support for the mental health of farmers, and they deserve that help. They work so hard. I myself, in fact, my partner was a farmer, and so I lived the farm life. I saw what it involved. I saw how much stress was involved, but also how much love was involved. My colleague said so. Farmers are passionate about what they do, so they deserve our support. And there's also the rural regions. Now, in many rural ridings, there are high suicide rates, many amongst men, many amongst male farmers. So if you take those two things, put them together, it shows that it's even more important that the government act fast. So I agree with what my colleague said. We need to support farmers, and we need to support them both for mental health services and financial services. The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her intervention. My colleagues talked about the importance of attracting young people to the farming sector and that many farms are drowning in debt and close to bankruptcy. Does she believe the federal government should provide direct support rather than loans to some of these farming operations which are drowning in debt? What does she think of this type of solution? What message should we send the government? The honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, yes, indeed. If you want to help an essential sector, and I think it's important to repeat that farming is an essential sector, we have to do more than advance loans. Many farms are drowning in debt. They've been waiting for over a year for financial support. That support has to come as soon as possible. When you're on the verge of bankruptcy, you obviously cannot pay back your debt. This can drag on for years, and it puts these farms on shaky ground. And I think that if the government sends help quickly, it sends a signal to young people that help is there. Otherwise, the future for them would be uncertain if they choose to take up farming. Farming is such a noble profession. You're feeding your fellow citizens. So I think that in this pandemic, on top of everything else that's come before, we need to help them with direct support. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to speak to Bill C-16. It's logical that this bill came about because, as it now stands, the demand for dairy products has gone down, and so we need to increase the storage capacity for dairy products. The dairy sector is extremely important. 11,000 dairy farms in are located in all of Quebec, and they produce over 3 billion litres of milk every year. And the value of these farms is about 2.5 billion. That's 28% in Quebec of all farm gate receipts, or revenues, rather. Quebec's dairy industries have invested over $700 million into their farms. And clearly, it's an important economic sector for Quebec. And the dairy sector creates over 80,000 direct and indirect jobs in 2014. Now, as compared to the Canadian GDP, the dairy sector represents $6.15 billion. Now, as for tax revenues, $1.3 billion go back into the coffers of the various levels of government. In Canada, 36% of revenues from Canadian dairy farm production come from Quebec, which makes Quebec the main dairy-producing province in Canada. So it's number one when it comes to the volume of milk, when it comes to the number of dairy farms. Dairy production is third in terms of farm activities. 11% of the farming sector is represented by dairy farms. So it's an extremely important sector, and therefore it's logical that we support dairy farms in Quebec and in the rest of Canada. In my region, in the lower St. Lawrence River, in my riding, there are over 590 dairy farms, over 5,000 jobs, $272 million in economic revenues per year. There are 7 dairy processing plants, and 800 workers work in that plant. So again, the dairy sector is important, is extremely important just in the lower St. Lawrence region. So it's a vital component of our economy. We need to support it. Now, in April, we learned something, and we were wondering why a bill like this one hasn't come earlier. Milk was lost back in April. The production of milk could not go down. Production remained the same. I spoke with a lot of representatives from dairy producers of the lower St. Lawrence region. They told me what the situation was, and they told me they even had to pour milk in the fields, which was heartbreaking. So we need to increase dairy storage capacity and improve the various systems which are in place right now. About 35% of the demand for milk went down. Schools, restaurants, other institutions closed down, so it was normal that the demand went down. The supply could not stop because you can't turn the faucet off on a cow. And when it comes to demand, even I was struck to see that some supermarkets rationed milk, rationed dairy products. They wanted to make sure everybody got their share of dairy products. and some supermarkets told shoppers they could only have 1 liter of milk, and that was hard for some people. And so the demand from the public could not be met. Another side effect of the COVID-19 pandemic, after CUSMA comes into effect on July 1st rather than August 1st, this is going to affect the dairy producers in my region and in all of Quebec. So when the free trade agreement between Canada and the U.S. comes into effect, it'll be a problem because quotas are involved. The fiscal year for dairy producers usually starts August 1st. But with the new free trade agreement, quotas for milk protein will be lowered, so dairy producers will have to sell their product in a shorter span of time. As it now stands, 55,000 tons in the first year. That'll go down to about 30,000 tons. Before the agreement, it was about 80,000 tons. This was a bad surprise for dairy producers. Canada's dairy producers believe they're going to lose $340 million per year. That's a huge amount for this sector. And so dairy producers feel they've been had. Apparently, we had agreement with the federal government, which said it would support the sector after the agreement, but this came as a bad surprise. Now we're in a crisis. What does this tell our farmers? Do we actually want to support them, or do we want to discourage them for continuing? Because what's happening now is not what the government had promised. The government is not walking the talk it held, and the government has failed Quebec's and Canada's dairy sector. Now, under this free trade agreement, quotas are going to change. The U.S. will have a greater access to our market, and a lot of dairy farms in Quebec are small operations. We need to support them. A little earlier, my colleague talked about attracting younger farmers into the sector. However, we've learned that many Canadians are falling through the cracks of the programs that have been offered. Why? Because a lot of these small farmers don't have a payroll of $20,000. They're not eligible for any aid programs. They don't know if they're going to survive. Right now, everybody is sowing their fields in Quebec. Well, actually, this is happening a bit later because it's been such a cold spring. So they sow their fields and then they plan for the next planting season. But some of these farmers have told me they're thinking of pulling the plug because they don't know. They don't know if their kids will want to take over the farm when the government is not there to support them. So a lot of these farmers are just, they feel they've been left twisting in the wind. Maybe there are other solutions. They've talked with other farmers, but they haven't found any solutions, so they've turned to me, and I'm proud to speak for them here in the House. We're in a pandemic, a historic crisis, and we want people to be safe but also healthy. To be healthy, you need to eat and eat well. We don't want Canadians to only eat imported processed foods. We want Canadians to also eat homegrown foods, and we need to help our farmers to do this. My colleague a little earlier talked about mental health supports for farmers. When she mentioned this, I have to say that it really hit me because I'm so sad at the psychological state of many of the farmers in my region. There is only one mental health support service for all the farmers in my area. That's unacceptable. The government says it wants to help these farmers. A lot of farmers work alone. They work 12 hours a day, many hours a day, a week on their farms. And they're not necessarily surrounded by people whom they could talk to and share their problems with. They're crumbling under a burden of debt. They don't have any way to get rid of their stress. They face obstacle after obstacle after obstacle, so the government has to step up to the plate. These farmers need cash. They need the government to support them financially. We have to send out a message to the government, and I'm speaking for my farmers, and I'm going to make sure that the government will be there to support them. Thank you very much. Questions or comments? The Honourable President of Treasury Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am going to make an observation rather than ask a question. I carefully listened to my colleague. Not only do I hear him speak from the heart, but I hear him speak from the head. Even though I don't know this member very well, he speaks eloquently, and he has spoken with his entire body, with every fiber of his being. So congratulations for being so passionate, and I hope he continues to speak so eloquently. The honourable member, thank you very much. I agree with what I thank my colleague for what he just said. And yes, it is true. I am passionate about representing the farmers in my riding. They are at the end of their rope. They're desperately looking for solutions. They need help. They need financial help, psychological help, and we really hope the government will hear them. Thank you.
Honorable député.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Masquinong. Yes, go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You'll get to know me with some time. I would like to congratulate my colleague for his speech, which raised many relevant points. I was touched by it as well. I would like him to tell us about the farmers that he was referring to earlier. They've called him in his office. They've said that things are going badly. We need support. How does he, as a member, feel about that, and what message does he want to communicate to the government and to the people on the Treasury Board? We might as well take advantage while they're here to say that money is needed. New amounts. I shouldn't have said new. The amounts that have been announced of $252 million, it's barely 10% of what was asked for. And the overall offer from the Canadian government to agriculture is 12 times less than the assistance being granted by the United States, even if we take proportionality into account. And now we have to ask our farmers to compete in a globalized market when the competition isn't fair. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Neigette et Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the comments of my colleague, and I agree with what he has to say. The message that we should send to our farming men and women is that we are there to support them. When we look at the numbers, 5 to 7% of farms have been abandoned, and they're abandoned every year. That sends a strong message. And we need to hear that message. We need to support farmers. And when we talk about funds, barely 10%, 252 million, whereas the request was 2.6 billion, it's completely insufficient. We need to act to support our producers, and we need programs and financial measures that target them. Questions and comments?
Seeing none, resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, not long ago, we all saw pictures of farmers dumping milk, and it was a lot of milk. And I was quite shocked when I saw those pictures, and I'm sure many other Canadians were as well. What I learned is that this waste of Canadian milk is one of the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic is having on our economy and our agriculture sector. Because restaurants and other retail vendors have had to close their doors or have seen a dramatic drop in sales, the overall demand for milk and milk products has been greatly reduced. This is why 30 million litres of milk had to be dumped over the last few months. What a waste. And what a huge impact the loss of sales must be having on the Canadian dairy sector. I'd like to recognize the hard work of my colleague from Cowichan-Malahat, Langford. My honourable colleague, a farmer himself, has worked tirelessly for years, not only to represent his constituents, but also to fight for the needs of the Canadian agriculture sector and farmers right across the country. He has also been a vocal advocate for the protection of the dairy industry and the needs of dairy farmers, especially in the face of constant attacks on this sector during the negotiations of the most recent international trade deals. It is from my honourable colleague that I have learned about the importance of protecting this vital sector. It is also from him that I have learned how slow the government has been to respond to the pressing needs of our dairy farmers and their families. I know that 5 weeks ago, the member from Cowichan-Malahat-Langford sent a letter to the Minister of Agriculture supporting an appeal from the Dairy Processors Association of Canada to the government to take the very action that is proposed in this very short bill that is before us today. While the numbers might be slightly different, the original request involved slightly higher numbers. The idea was exactly the same. We also know that Matthew Freegan, President of CEO of the Dairy Producers Association of Canada, made the same request last month. So why did it take the government so long to respond and finally come forward with a bill that would provide the necessary assistance? That is a question on the mind of many Canadians. Why does it take so long for this government to respond to the needs of Canadians during COVID-19? How on earth did it take over 5 weeks to produce this very simple bill, a bill that would provide critical assistance not only to the entire dairy industry, but also to dairy farmers and their families? Canadians must wonder just how much damage dairy farmers had to suffer because the government was too slow to respond. But of course, this is not only one example of the government dragging their feet. The government's response to the COVID-19 crisis has been characterized by the development of a patchwork of initiatives and programs designed largely to cut people out instead of making sure no one is left behind. Announcements are made with no or sketchy details to back them up, and the resulting programs end up being so complicated and chaotic that the people who need them have a hard time trying to figure out how to access them. I'm sure I'm not the only member whose office is overwhelmed just trying to get the proper information about the eligibility criteria of various assistance programs so that we can help the many desperate constituents calling our offices for help. Yesterday's announcement was a series of initiatives to help Canadian seniors, and a good case in point. Many of the members in the chamber, I have been getting a barrage of calls and emails from seniors, and not only from my riding, describing the hardships they are facing due to the COVID-19 crisis and imploring the government to help. As the seniors NDP critic, I have been working nonstop since the very first week of the crisis to persuade the government to pay attention to the needs of our seniors and to get the government to take action. 8 weeks. It took 8 full weeks to get the government to respond. And we all know what happened only because we negotiated an agreement on our last unanimous consent motion that the government's back to the wall. And what a shame what it took that kind of an effort to get the government to pay attention to the desperate needs of Canadian seniors. And that being said, while we're happy the government has finally recognized that Canadian seniors need help during the pandemic, it's too little that comes after what the government commit to helping the seniors without delay. And the support for people with disabilities, government silence so far. Again, the government has come up with a program short on details and missing the mark on what is needed. By offering just one-time payment, the government is ignoring the shortfalls seniors were dealing with before the pandemic and the needs of Canadian seniors that will still be there next month. So what happens next month? Will all Canadians get assistance next month when they face the same increased cost, higher costs for groceries and transportation and increased costs for medication, just to name a few? When asked yesterday about both the Minister of Seniors and the Presidents of the Treasury Board basically threw up their hands and said, we'll have to figure that one out. How does that make any sense? How can Canadian seniors supposed to feel any kind of sense of assurance when the federal minister is responsible, admitting that the assistance being provided is too low? Mr. Speaker, let me get back to the bill at hand. The bill is all about increasing the credit limit threshold for the Canadian Dairy Commission from the existing $300 million per year to $500 million per year and the existing buyback agreement the CDC has with for the producers to manage storage. This will allow the already struggling dairy industry, which has been hit hard by successive trade deals in recent years, some breathing space in the form of certain products like butter, various types of cheese, and milk powder, those with a longer shelf life to be purchased by the CDC in larger quantities, then bought back under the existing agreement by producers when market fluctuations normalize within a set period of time once the COVID-19 crisis is over. Pierre Laprand, president of the Dairy Farmers of Canada, is quoted as saying that never have we seen such a fluctuation in demand for milk from one week to another. Despite the best differences to manage production to align with consumer needs, bottlenecks resulted in milk having to be disposed of at the farm, something no dairy farmer ever wants to see. So we were glad to see the government finally take this step. Farmers have been waiting weeks for this support. After everything this government has done to dairy farmers, it is the least they can do to support them during the pandemic. Instead of investing more to help our agriculture producers during this crisis, the government is letting them down. Many still aren't eligible for support programs. If it weren't for the concessions being made through successive trade deals like CETA, CPTPP, and now CUSMA, we wouldn't have a surplus of American milk flooding Canadian borders, leading to the current Canadian supply gut, necessitating the recent dumping of the 30 million litres of liquid milk. We have a supply management system in Canada, and this is unprecedented supply glut in Canada speaks to the need of Canadian negotiations to take seriously our food sovereignty when engaging in future trade talks. That's why the agreement the NDP negotiated with the Deputy Prime Minister regarding future trade deals is so important, so that Parliament will, for the first time ever, be able to review future trade deals in advance of ratification instead of merely providing a yea or nay vote after the deal is done. However, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to discuss the concessions that were made in CUSMA because our agreement to our supply managed dairy sector. We are giving up a few percentages of our market as we did under CPTPP and CETA. The Liberals constantly say in the House that they are the party that defends supply management and they are the ones who brought it in. However, now we have started to see more cuts. The problem is that when we were negotiating CUSMA and opening up parts of our markets to the United States, especially in supply management, in a sense, what the government has asked our dairy farms to do is to pay the price for another jurisdiction overproduction problems. And when I say that, Mr. Speaker, I'm really saying I'm really get baffled when I see corporations and businesses in Canada that produce material or they make material or they produce milk, they do our farming, they do everything that we have to pay, the taxpayers have to pay them a subsidy not to do their maximum production. I find that baffling, that we have to allow other countries to bring their products in so our farmers, such as this one, the issue we're bringing up today, cannot produce to their maximum. So I would like to illustrate by using this as an example. The state of Wisconsin produces more milk than the entire country of Canada combined. As it does not have supply management, it has wild fluctuations in price, and many farmers have been experiencing bankruptcy down there. There are serious concerns about mental health. They do not have the protection there. In a sense, we are trying to open up our market from the U.S. demands. We are trying to pay the price for their overproduction. It goes further. Under Clause 3.A.3 of the CUSMA agreement, we have now agreed to establish thresholds limit on exports. We have put those threshold limits on things like infant formula, milk protein concentrates, and skim milk powder. This means that Canada has agreed to absolute limits of exports in those categories. Furthermore, if we succeed those thresholds, we have to place a punitive tariff, which would essentially price us out of the market. Currently, Mr. Speaker, we know the dairy industry is pleased to get this support, but I understand there is an anxiety about events set to occur this summer. The implementation of the new CUSMA on July 1st is expected to cause difficulties in the dairy industry unrelated to COVID-19, but certain to add the impact of difficulties caused by the pandemic. The difficulty arises because the implementation date of July 1st does not coincide with the start date of the dairy industry's fiscal year, which starts on August the 1st. So export limits on certain dairy products, such as skim milk and new tariff-free market access to foreign dairy products, are supposed to phase in gradually over several years. Effectively, this all means the first year of that process will only be 1 month long, between July 1st and August the 1st. And Canadian dairy producers will lose out about 11 months of transition. So it has been estimated that the situation will cost the dairy industry tens of millions of dollars on top of other accepted concessions. Apparently, talks are underway to have the government provide some sort of compensation package to help the agriculture sector affected by the new CUSMA, but apparently those talks have been stalled because of the COVID-19 pandemic. And that's what baffles me, that taxpayers are going to be paying for something that our Canadian farmers can produce, but we have to ask them to dump that down there, and we'll pick up that cost. Mr. Speaker, this is not acceptable. The government needs to focus on providing relief for our agriculture sector and our farmers and their families, and not delay any further talks to provide compensation. Mr. Speaker, of course, we support quick passage of this bill. It's important that we provide assistance to our dairy farmers and those in the dairy industry as soon as possible. It is my hope that there will be no delays in getting this aid out of the door as soon as possible. So let me also say, Mr. Speaker, that it's critical for this government not only to develop programs to help all Canadians through this COVID-19 crisis, but that assistance needs to be provided in a manner that is accessible and available. Too often we have seen critical delays in the development of programs, even after they have been announced, and confusion about the eligibility criteria and difficulties for people for easy access to the programs. The government needs to do a better job thinking through how their programs are constructed. Canadians in need are paying the price for this government's disorganization. Later today, I will be meeting some representatives from the labour movement, who members are experiencing just such a problem. Unionized workers across Canada who have negotiated the provisions of supplementary unemployment benefits are unable to access those top-up funds under the threat of being cut off of the CERB program. This makes no sense and is unacceptable. So far, appeals to fix the crack in the CERB program has fallen on deaf ears. The government needs to fix this problem and any other similar problems that have been identified with CERB eligibility. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad we're moving today to help those in the dairy sector, but there is much more work to be done. I don't think anyone assumes this pandemic crisis is going to end anytime soon. The government needs to act now and needs to act quickly to make clear what assistance will be available in the coming months. Canadians are depending on it, and I thank everybody for listening.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I recognize the fact that it's the job of opposition parties to hold the government to account, and it's the job of the opposition parties to push for more and better all the time. I get that. I understand that. But let's look at what really happened. And I want to go back to the member's comment where he said, why did it take so long for the government to respond to the needs of Canadians? The reality of the situation is, Mr. Speaker, in a matter of 1 month and 3 days, 1 month and 3 days, we went from the World Health Organization declaring a pandemic to having money in the bank accounts of 4.5 million people. 1 month and 3 days. And of course, the government can't accomplish that all on its own, Mr. Speaker. It's done with the incredible work done by the government agents who work on behalf of the government to implement these programs. Some of them probably worked day and night. Some of them probably came in and worked on this project who had absolutely no experience on how to do this, but rose to the occasion to deliver on behalf of the needs of Canadians. Would the member at least not recognize that 1 month and 3 days from declaring a global pandemic to putting the money into 5.4 million bank accounts would not at least constitute a small measure of success that the NDP could accept?
Honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for, it's a good question, and I do want to say there is a lot of good work going on as happening by many people on the Liberal side, many people on the Conservative side, and the Bloc and the NDP. Everybody is trying to do what they can do. But what bothers me and what bothers Canadians, and I think a lot of us, is the Prime Minister is out there working hard every day, making the news media announcements, okay, because of pressure that's been put onto him, and comes out and gives people hope, and then we have no idea what the hell that means. We try to find out information, the telephone lines are plugged, our officers are working over more and more and more to try to get that information. Even the ministers don't know. So all I'm trying to say is, well, if we're going to come out with plans and have announcements that are going to affect the people and help the Canadians, let's make sure we have all the details in hand and not 2 weeks later when everybody's working and then we find out everybody falling through the cracks.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's speech today as well, and to my Liberal colleague along the way. I know everyone's trying to work hard, but he talked about a month and 3 days when our American cohorts put that same amount or way more on a parallel basis out in 3 days, not a month and 3 days. So I just want to say, you know, we continue to work at trying to improve these programs, and a fine example is what we're debating here today. The dairy industry deserves to have this to make sure that they don't have to destroy the product that they've processed. All of the input costs are in that process, and it would be a shame to have to throw it out. But I want to say that in so many other areas, we've just seen the government say, well, here's 10% of what was asked for, and maybe we'll give you some later. So to your point about we just don't know what's coming next and the uncertainty of that in a dire straits when they've already seen what's been asked, leaves everybody in a state of flux. And I just wonder if you could expand on that.
Just want to remind the honourable members that they place their question through the chair. I'm sure that you meant that we'll let the honourable member for Hamilton Mountain answer that and not me.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my member. It's a very good question. And I even go back to the last point and from the previous question that we all are working hard. And as the member has asked, it's the problem that the announcements are being made, no details are to follow. We go on there, we do some technical briefings, and it's basically we're wasting 2 hours of everybody's time because we got to find out and get some more information as they work. I believe what happens is the Canadians are getting the hope that something's being heard and something is going to come forward. But the rumors that go through, because nobody knows any of the details, somebody hears one thing, another person hears another thing, and then we find out that some of the programs, and I'll use EI as an example, in the sub-fund, people would get more money on EI than the CERB, but they have to go on CERB because they were laid off after March 15th. So not only are they losing out on $75 a week on their unemployment, which is $300 a month, they're also losing $150 a week on their sub-payments. So that's a total of $900. So this is the stuff that happens when everybody's not at the table and explaining the details to them of what can actually happen. So we have people that are actually losing $900 a month that paid into a program, but the government has made a new program that stops it from getting that.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to get back to the comment made by the Honourable Member for the Government, who said that he understood that the opposition must ask for more. In the opposition, what we don't understand is why things did not happen faster, as my colleague from the NDP graciously remarked. It took over a month. We're being told it was complicated, but today we're changing a number in legislation, and that took over a month. Don't tell me that we're acting quickly. Now, my dear colleague, I very much appreciated this sentiment that was expressed. It's clear that agriculture is important to him. We share that, and I'm glad to see it. He talked about a tax that supply-managed sectors have been victims of during free trade agreements. He talked about the necessity of imposing future protections. I'm sure he agrees with protecting supply management through legislation. I have two other questions. Now, what about compensation? Does he think that it's a good time for us to activate compensation and put money into farms of Quebec and Canada? And does he think that one way of saving the dairy sector would be to change the percentages of tariff rate quotas to processors? Thank you.
Mountain.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my friend here for the question. I think it's very, very important that we do help our dairy sector out there, and the cost is going to be a lot higher than what the government is offering. It was told even on the CUSMA deal that we were going to compensate them for all the losses that we've taken out of their production. That hasn't happened. And now with the pandemic happening, what's happening between July the 1st and August the 1st, devastation is happening. It's making mental issues with our farmers because they're stuck there at nighttime, not worrying about no income coming in, but expenses are going out. And they're finding out now that they're doing all this work for nothing. So I think it's critical that we make sure that these people that have gone through this hard time because of some new rules get compensated on a fair basis.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Perhaps more of a comment than a question, Mr. Speaker, just in response to the comment that was made by the Conservative colleague across the way, suggesting that the U.S. had delivered its stimulus funding within 3 days. It's just absolutely factually incorrect. As a matter of fact, if he Googles it, Mr. Speaker, he'll find a NBC article which references the fact that by April the 21st, the first 80 million Americans waiting for stimulus funding had not received it. So to suggest that somehow, Americans had received the stimulus funding so incredibly quickly is just factually incorrect. And I would encourage him to look that up and to understand the issue before commenting on it. As a matter of fact, Canada was far beyond any other country in terms of delivering the stimulus funding and the timeliness of it, especially when you use comparator countries to Canada. I'm not trying to belabor this point, but I think that in the spirit of trying to put the right facts on the table, on the floor, Mr. Speaker, we have to have a conversation as it relates to what actually happened, and to suggest otherwise is just factually incorrect.
Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I can't answer that, what he's asking, because he never asked me the question, so I really don't know. But I think we all took it and we heard it, and we'll just leave it from there.
Resuming debate. Oh, we have a point of order. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, earlier today I had the honour of introducing in the House of Commons a petition that a constituent of mine had initiated. The petition called for mandatory life jackets for children under the age 14 or under. The petition was initiated originally by a constituent of mine who tragically lost her son in a boating accident. It turns out that the original sponsor of that petition was the member for Hull-Elmer. Many of my constituents urged me to introduce it in the House of Commons. I just assumed that the reason for that is that the member for Hull-Elmer might not have been coming back to the House for a long time, given the very slow rotation of MPs coming in and out due to the present circumstance. But I want to make clear that he was the member who sponsored that petition, and he was the one who originally initiated it from the parliamentary side. This is a great passion of his. I know that he's trying to save young people from the tragic end that my young constituent suffered, and I want the House to be clear that he deserves full credit for initiating that petition and sponsoring it to Parliament. Thank you.
So noted. Thank you. Now we'll go on to returning to debate. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Green Party supports this legislation to amend the Canadian Dairy Commission Act, and we also support additional measures to help our farmers, as been pointed out by many other honourable members in this place today. Canadian farmers need help. Canadian farmers need help to deal with the sudden disappearance of demand for their products. Tens of thousands of restaurants, cafes, diners closed their doors 2 months ago. Hotels and schools were emptied out, and at that moment, the demand for dairy products to go into their coffees, baked goods, sandwiches, and desserts evaporated. Dairy cows do not suddenly stop producing milk when the demand for it disappears. Dairy farmers cannot lower production quickly, so they were faced with an unstoppable supply and no demand. There was some milk that was dumped, but instead of dumping it all, dairy producers across the country have donated hundreds of thousands of litres of excess milk to those in need. The Dairy Farmers of Canada have announced that producers have committed to donate $10 million of dairy products to food banks across the country. Dairy producers have also donated hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash, and I applaud them for their support to feed people in need. The Green Party does not like to see anything wasted. We believe in the idea of a circular economy where nothing is wasted and every product has a full life cycle. So I can tell you that we would not like to see dairy products dumped needlessly. Dedicating more federal funds to help with storage of butter and cheese is an important way that the government can support dairy farmers and avoid wasting valuable food. Unfortunately, the trouble for Canada's farmers and for food security in this country did not begin with the COVID-19 crisis, and it will not end when restaurants and cafes reopen. The average age of a farmer in Canada is 55. Most aging farmers who have been surveyed report that they have no succession plan for their family farms. Families that want to transfer farms between generations should be able to do so without facing a huge tax bill. This is something we can also fix. At the same time, more and more young people are pursuing farming as an occupation. That's the good news. The bad news is that unless they grew up on a family farm and intend to take over from their parents, many young farmers have great difficulty accessing land to farm. In British Columbia, high property values are a major factor. On one hand, agricultural properties that are not protected by the Agricultural Land Reserve are increasingly being developed for housing. And on the other hand, ALR protected farmlands that are not available for development are still too costly for young farmers to buy or lease. The unfortunate result of this situation is that agricultural lands end up sitting fallow or not being used for food production. On Vancouver Island, we have a very long growing season and one of the best climates in Canada for food production. We also have a large amount of prime agricultural land, but the number one crop being grown on Vancouver Island is hay. Why are we not growing more food? This is a very relevant question to be asking right now. Food production has become too centralized, and we are far too dependent on international supply chains. Up until the 1950s, about 85% of the food consumed on Vancouver Island was grown on Vancouver Island. Now we import 95% of the food we eat. 95%. In the event of a serious supply chain disruption, such as an earthquake, Vancouver Island will be in a very perilous situation. We have a 3-day supply of food in our stores and warehouses. We have a growing population, and we need to get very serious about increasing our capacity to produce food locally. And that applies across the country. We urgently need to support efforts to relocalize food production. It is one of the most powerful actions we can take to develop resilient communities that will be able to weather the challenges of climate change in the coming decades. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought to light many issues and weaknesses in our food production chains in this country. Nearly a decade ago, the federal government got out of inspections of abattoirs and passed that responsibility on to the provinces. The fallout of that decision is still rippling through small farms in BC today. Many small regional abattoirs shut down because it was too expensive to comply with new provincial regulations that mandated a separate dedicated washroom and office for the inspector when they visited. In many cases, this just strengthened the market position of big corporate players. Now small-scale farmers who used to get their animals processed close to home at their local abattoir have to truck their animals for hours to a large abattoir. In many cases, the large abattoirs charge more than they used to pay and have large minimum orders. Many small-scale farmers have had to get out of raising animals for meat. Every time this happens, it hurts local food security. It increases centralization in our food production. And it also means a lower quality of life for the animals being raised. Many small farmers have farms that resemble the farms in children's books. Large industrial farms with tens of thousands of animals being raised in close confinement have very little to do with the farms in our children's storybooks. Bigger is not always better. The move to big feedlots and bigger slaughterhouses has led to issues such as the spread of COVID-19 among the workers. This is a provincial issue, but now, nonetheless, it has created serious problems for farmers, for the supply chain, and it will increase food prices for consumers. The canola trade issue with China has highlighted another problem. Concentrating animal or agricultural production on certain export crops leaves our farmers susceptible to trade disputes and unfair trade practices. It's important that Canada continue to do its part to feed the world when so many are going hungry. But it is just as important to ensure that low and middle income countries have the ability to feed their own populations. And direct foreign aid can help increase the capacity in those countries to help them become more self-reliant. As I mentioned earlier, relocalizing our food production is key. For the first time in decades, we are seeing a significant increase in the number of young people who want to be farmers. That is a trend we can support and encourage. We need to figure out what role the government can play in connecting young farmers with land that they can farm on. These kinds of arrangements require long-term thinking, because it can take years to bring a former hayfield back to food production. But it can be done, and it's worth doing. Organic regenerative farming can sequester carbon. It is a key tool in the fight against climate change. We need to support organic regenerative farming. We need to increase food security with more local food production. The government should provide more local food infrastructure funding so that communities across Canada can count on locally produced food as much as the weather in their regions will permit. I want to give a shout out to the Cedar Farm Market that opened this past weekend. And today the Island Roots Market opened outdoors for the first time this season. Local food production enhances our food security. It lowers the carbon footprint on the food we eat. We must develop and strengthen urban growing and farms and community garden initiatives. This has been shown to create good employment as well as nutritious fresh produce and fruit for people living on low incomes. Prior to being elected, I worked for a local nonprofit, Nanaimo Food Share, and I did skills training for people with barriers to employment, and people with diverse abilities. And we worked with them with food. We taught them how to grow food and how to cook food and what nutritious food was all about. And we got them jobs in areas of food production, working on farms, working in processing, working at grocery stores and in restaurants, and engaged them in the process of, in all of those aspects related to food. And I remember being in the van with a group, we were going to the farm, and a young First Nations fellow said to me he didn't want to go and work on the farm that day. He wasn't interested in a job on the farm. And at the end of the day, after spending the day out in the open air, planting and digging and working with his comrades, he said to me he really wanted a job on the farm. And so I got him a job on the farm, and he really enjoyed it. He loved it. And other young people that I work with also love working on those farms. They love, feeding the chickens and taking care of the animals, planting crops and watching them grow and taking care of those things. And so, there's a lot of young people that benefit from that. The urban farms that we have in our community grow a lot of local produce and fruit, which goes into a good food box that FoodShare supplies, and it goes to low-income families, it goes to seniors, it goes to students, it goes to people with diverse abilities, because nutrition is key to health, to mental health, and to our well-being. And these young people with diverse abilities who face challenges in their life felt a sense of pride in helping other people in their community that face challenges. They were proud to step up and help other people. Mr. Speaker, I stated earlier that the trouble for Canada's farmers and for food security in this country did not begin with the COVID-19 crisis, and it will not end when the restaurants and cafes reopen. The sad reality is that a very large number of restaurants and cafes will never reopen. Those closures will have a ripple effect and negatively impact suppliers, such as dairy farmers. Many restaurants and cafes were operating on very thin profit margins, and in some cases, newer restaurants were operating at a loss while they worked at building clientele. Many of the restaurants are very dependent on tourism in the summer months. Summertime is the high season for them, and the time when they can make the money that gets them through the rest of the year. The dairy industry and many other industries depend on the restaurants and hotels getting tourist business. The tourist industry is also facing tremendous uncertainty. Tourism employs more Canadians across the country than the oil and gas sector does. The prospects for tourism operators this year are grim. Hotels, motels, tour operators, fishing charters, these are only a few of the businesses in my riding that might shut down forever. Again, widespread closures would negatively impact businesses that are intertwined with tourism, like the restaurant industry, like farmers. We need to make sure that these businesses are supported in order for them to weather this storm and survive to next year's tourism season. We should also start thinking about marketing strategies to increase domestic tourism. Our country is going to have to be creative as we come out of this crisis. We will not be able to rely on foreign tourism for a while. When it is safe to do so, we will need to encourage more Canadians to rediscover the tourist destinations in their regions. This is another facet of relocalization. Rediscovering all that there is to appreciate about the places we call home. Reconnecting with nature in our parks, reconnecting with our communities, our neighbors, and also our local farmers. Mr. Speaker, agriculture is very important to all of us. No matter what we do, what kind of occupation, pastimes, passions we have. As my good friend Farmer Brown likes to say, we all eat for a living. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinon.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his relevant speech. I would like to raise a specific point when it comes to restaurants
that there's a great deal of difficulty right now, and of course there's less demand. He mentioned that many small restaurant businesses may not be able to reopen their doors. What that means is that the difficulties of the agricultural sector may be much longer than the COVID-19 era, because there's going to be a period of adaptation. Does my colleague think that we should seize the opportunity as we are making changes to make changes to permanent programs, including agri-stability, requests that had been made before COVID, put the margins back at 95%? I would like the opinion of my colleague on that matter.
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you for that question. I think it's very important that we look at some of these programs that have been proposed before COVID-19, because there were a lot of ideas floating around that are valuable, and we're seeing now, when we're in a crisis, how these programs could help farmers, could help small businesses, things like the Guaranteed Livable Income, which is something that the Green Party has been promoting for decades to ensure that everybody has a floor of income that they cannot go underneath. These are ideas that have been around for a while, and we should support these ideas. And coming out of this crisis, there's a lot of learning that we're doing, especially when we're talking about seniors and what's happened in the seniors' care homes, and the deficit that we have in our healthcare system, the lack of maintenance of our hospitals, our aging infrastructure in our hospitals. There are a lot of lessons coming out of this that we've been talking about before this crisis, and we can fix after this crisis. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Well, I'd really like to seize the opportunity to deepen our understanding of the subject. He mentioned small businesses that are more fragile, and I would like his opinion on the fact that there are many small businesses right now, and that specific requests have been made when it comes to agricultural businesses because they cannot take advantage of the programs because of the way that payroll is calculated. Does he think that this is acceptable, and what does he think we should do?
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
I do know that we need to improve the programs for farmers that are small businesses. And, you know, small businesses have been encouraged to pay themselves with dividends for years. I ran a small business, and that's how I paid myself. And if I was still in business right now, I would not be eligible for the small business loan because I pay myself with dividends. A lot of farmers work with contracts and contract out, and so they're not eligible for the programs that are coming through. And this is imperiling them. This is causing problems that we could end up losing a lot of small farms. And in the areas where development is encroaching, that increases the danger of losing farmland in this country.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm just curious, I listened intently to my colleague's speech, and he was talking about the problem that they're importing so much food into his constituency, about 95%. And I'm just curious, how does he feel that Canadian farmers would be able to feed this country if indeed the oil and gas sector is dead?
You're here. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, I spoke about regenerative farming, which requires a lot less fossil fuel input. And so that regenerative farming is actually a very key part of dealing with climate change. And I've talked to farmers in meetings here, the grain growers, and they're talking about how they've changed their system of farming so that it is far more regenerative, and it does sequester carbon. And we are working through developments now where we see that Caterpillar has an excavator that runs on batteries, and what we need to do is have an electrified system across this system so that we can have farm equipment that can be charged up and run. And we can do it. We just need to have a little bit of creative thinking and some innovation and work towards the future that we want to see.
Order. I just want to remind the honourable members. Order. Order. I just want to remind the honourable members to not heckle, and when you do heckle, even though it's not allowed, please do it in a respectful way, not ridicule. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Seeing none, we'll move on. Now, pursuant to order made earlier today, it's my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the second reading stage of the bill now before the House. The question is as follows. Madame Bibeau.
Ms. Bibeau, seconded by Mr. Rodriguez, proposes that Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Dairy Commission Act, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole.
Adopt the motion. Carried. Very good. Accordingly, the bill... Oops, sorry.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture sur projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to a committee of the whole pursuant to order made earlier today. Bill C-16, an act to amend the Canadian Dairy Commission Act, is deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage on division, deemed read a third time, and passed on division.
Reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
En conséquence, conformément.
Accordingly, pursuant to order made Monday, April 20, 2020, the House stands adjourned until Monday, May 25, 2020 at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Orders 28.2 and 24.1.
Bonne journée. Merci.
I wish you all a good day. Thank you.